Hey guys, welcome out again to Revolution. We're going to continue our series that we've been looking at, which is the debate between Nathan Cravatt and Mitch Knupp. And so this happened, I think, about 6 weeks ago now. And what we're going to do is we're going to examine James White's response to this. So pretty much when the debate came out, this was done on the 25th of August, 2021. And so we're just going to start running through this. Now, I just finished 15 videos. If you want to watch them, they're in a playlist where I responded to Nathan had Stephen Boyce on his program, and they basically talked about every aspect of this debate and went through it point by point. And so I went through their information point by point. They made 5 videos on it. I made 15. And so hopefully I can get this done in one session. I'm hoping to. I've actually put the speed up to 1.25, and I think we'll just get straight into it. I mean, there's not much to explain. But I just thought, if you don't know who I am, my name's Nick Sayers. James White refers to me as the TR guy. Sometimes he'll be talking about Revelation 16:5. I've written a book about that. Sometimes I'm dealing with the Comma Johanneum, and I've never been accurately represented by James White once. He just makes up rubbish about me. And so if you don't know who I am, I suggest that you would go through my videos. If you want to look at my website, if you go to tr.org.au, you can see where I have a whole bunch of information about what I believe and what I think. And James White could easily jump on there and get an accurate representation of who I am and what I do. But so we're just going to go through this, and yeah, I think we'll just start it. I think that'll be the best way to move forward here. You can see this is a little bit faster than usual, because I just want to get through it a little bit quicker.
Greetings, welcome everybody. My name's James White. This is Dividing Line. We are in the big studio today because
Unfortunately, James White talks so fast. That is going to be very irritating for some people. So I'll put it on normal for you guys.
We have a special guest with us, and in the big studio, we can put him on the big TV, and that makes him actually bigger than me in the shot, so that's good. But I mentioned on the program yesterday that a few weeks ago, a debate took place on, it was just called the King James Bible debate. At least that's how it was introduced by the moderator anyways. I was listening to it just a little while ago. And I listened to 2.5 hours of it. I think I should be given a prize for listening to 2.5 hours personally. But the bigger prize should go to the man who survived many more hours than that, it seems like. It looked like it was like, the recording was like 4 hours long or some incredible thing like that. But our guest today is Nathan Cravatt. Now, I say Cravatt because that's German. Are you German?
No, actually, we're Italian. So
Italian?
The name was originally Cravota. And when we came to America, my grandfather changed it to Cravatt.
Oh, Cravatt. Well, that's way too close to tie in German. So that's why I sort of figured maybe
Yes.
that was there. But you do have dark hair and you still have it, even though you're allegedly older than you look. So aren't you, you're in your mid-40s then?
Yes, sir. I'm 45, turn 46 next month.
Okay, all right. So maybe this is just me anymore, but I look at people and I guess they're much younger than they actually are, which is a nice thing, I guess. It's better than being like women who look at other women and add 40 years to their age and stuff like that and are just really nasty to one another. But we won't get into that today. So anyways, Nathan, thank you for joining us today. How long was, from beginning to end, how long did you endure, actually?
I believe the recording is 3 hours, and we had about a 30-minute intermission in between.
Oh, okay. So I didn't miss too much of it.
Basically, just some of the question time.
Yeah, the Q&A time, I just felt so badly for the people who are asking questions because they were so Well, anyways, we'll get into that. All right, so let's get some information from you. It sounds like we had somewhat similar upbringings. Now, I was never King James only. Certainly, in my independent fundamentalist Baptist circles, there was a preference, but I could carry a Schofield Reference Bible without.
I don't think it really matters what James White says he is. Just like he makes up the categories of someone, like someone can say they're TR only, ecclesiastical text only, confessional, bibliology, King James Version prefer. He would just say you're a cultist. And so that's what he does with everyone. If you basically have a good argument against James White, he will put you in the bag of a KJV only cultist. And so you're like a Jehovah's Witness. That's what this is one of America's leading apologists says about people who have a Bible. They believe that the words of God are in this Bible. And if you believe that, you are like a Jehovah's Witness. And so you're a cultist. You have a cultic mindset. You're just like a Mormon. You're just like a Roman Catholic. And they throw you into this type of thing. And so if you might think I'm being a little bit too harsh. If you haven't watched James White's dealings with TR people, with people like even Robert Truelove, Jeff Riddle, who are, very conservative people, even with myself, I don't really care what James White calls me. But I just get thrown into this bag of like, well, you're just like a Mormon, you're just like a Muslim, you're like this, you're like that. And it's like, hang on, so if I believe in the Bible, I'm like that. But other people, people can get on his program who say, look, we don't really know where the Bible is. We've got a bunch of versions there. It's sort of in there, but it's mostly in the Greek, but in the apparatus. So we're still figuring it out. You can just have this huge doubt over where the Bible is. And James White will accept you with open arms. But if you say you prefer the King James, at first you'll be like, oh, so you're TR only, are you? And basically TR only, he will just continually say, is King James Version only. And he makes no category distinctions. In his book, he has 5 different types of King James Version onlyists. And so it's sort of like 5 different types of cultist, because what I've found, and there's threads on the internet about me and how, I have a bit of a bee in my bonnet about what to be called. I don't really care what people call me. At the moment, here in Australia, I'm being called a neo-Nazi, a racist, anti-vaxxer, a whole bunch of other stuff, and it's just like none of which actually applies. So I don't really care what people call me. People are going to call me all sorts of names, and it's just like big deal. But say if you were running a church, just say like Robert Truelove, and I'm not a Calvinist at all. I'm not Reformed. But I'm just watching this phenomenon where someone like, Jeff Riddle can say, okay, we will go the Reformation, and we will, yes, have great respect for the Reformation Bibles that went before the King James, but we believe the King James is akin to the TR and to the Masoretic text, and we follow that. And James White's just like onlyist, cultist. He just throws him into those bags. And so even though he has these 5 different categories, he will throw people under the bus on those categories. So here he is saying, I could never say I was King James only. It's maybe King James preferred. Well, who cares what you're saying you are, James? We will do what you do to us and just say you were a cultist. You were a cultist. That's what you would say. If I came and said, I'm King James preferred, you'd say, what? You believe in the King James Bible? You believe a Bible with a whole bunch of mistakes? You believe a Bible that if Erasmus had the textual knowledge that we have today, he would have never followed that. And Beezer, he just made up stories, and you just go to the nth degree to basically prove, according to your own way of thinking, that we are cultists. And so You growing up like that, being King James preferred, your family were King James only cultists, according to your own methodology. So sorry about that.
Lightning coming out of the sky. So that probably meant I was a liberal fundamentalist from what it sounds like you grew up in. So tell us a little bit about where you came from.
Okay, so my parents were hippies in the 70s, and they were saved into an independent Baptist church in Pensacola, Florida. And through that church, Ruckman came and spoke there, and my dad started auditing some classes at his Bible Institute. And so they were saved into the Independent Fundamental Baptist Movement. They went into full-time ministry within a few years. We moved around to a couple different children's homes and ended up in Rock Spring, Georgia, where I grew up from about 7 until I got married at 20 in an Independent Fundamental Baptist children's home. And so I was exposed to Ruckman. He was a family friend. We would go hear him anytime he was around. Lester Roloff, Lee Robertson. I went to Tennessee Temple Elementary and high school. So I was literally in the center of the Bible Belt and Independent Baptist fundamentalism.
Sure, yeah. I had some of my relatives taught at Tennessee Temple, actually.
Okay.
And in fact, my first exposure to King James onlyism came when my parents went back and visited those folks at Tennessee Temple and came back and were talking about churches splitting and all sorts of stuff going on about the King James only movement.
See, what's interesting is that James White, in his book, the first story that he has, he talks about, these people who are in a bookshop, and or a lady goes up to the counter at a bookshop and says, I want a Bible. They recommend a whole bunch of new Bibles, and she's like, no, I only want the King James Bible. And just how people can get confused about that. There's another story about a couple who are in a church. I should have really brushed up on these stories, because I did read through them, but I've sort of forgotten them. But there was a couple who were in a church, and the pastor was saying something about this verse isn't in the NIV and things like that. And so, but when you look at these stories, they can be taken either way. The King James was around first. And so the new Bibles that are coming out, and this is what the whole book's about, the King James only controversy, can you trust the modern translations? And so it's about, can you trust these new Bibles that are coming out? So say that, like the NIV, the ESV, etc. For me personally, I believe the King James Version is accurate. I believe that what we have that came out of the Reformation, the Textus Receptus, the Masoretic text, is perfectly compiled in the King James, and it's without error. And now I actually wrote some articles on Easter that a few guys picked up on. It was Ken Ham, Answers in Genesis, Jonathan Safadi, even David Crystal, the world-leading English expert. He read my article on it and said it was good and accurate and gave me a few pointers. It was really interesting to work with him. That was about 2005. And so, but at that time, I was basically proving that I actually went out to disprove that the King James was perfect, because I'd heard people say the King James is perfect and all the rest of it. And the more research I did trying to prove the King James was imperfect, I realized that I was illiterate on the topic and I needed to come up to speed. And so I spent quite a few years educating myself on the issues, and came full circle and wrote 3 articles defending Easter. And I guess globally, when it comes to that one issue, there's a whole bunch of other issues I don't know that much about. But when it comes to Easter and the King James Version, I I'm always the one on the internet saying I'll debate anyone. I've had a few debates about this, and I've had a lot of people use my material and sort of, grab what I've worked on it and spread it around. And basically, I got my material from a guy who would be considered King James only, called Scott Jones. Interesting guy, because he had collated Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. Very smart guy. And so his article just totally changed my mind on the subject. And to this day, I go back to his article. It's only a few pages long, and I get inspiration for new concepts and new ideas. He's just a brilliant guy. Some guys are like that. And so, cut a long story short, I was basically trying to prove the King James Version wrong. And so I believe the King James Version is without error. And I don't say that just from a faith perspective. Of course, I haven't looked at absolutely every little nook and cranny in the King James. But when it comes to the areas that people are bringing up constantly, like James White, he brought up Revelation 16:5. And so I wrote a 200-page book on this. I handed it to James when he come to Brisbane, just locally here. And he refused to take it, said he'd never read it. But then he proceeded to do a 1-hour dividing line program on my tweets. In Twitter, you can only write a certain amount of words. And he's bringing up these tweets. Look at what he's saying here. And I explain in depth a lot of things that he was going into in my book. But he doesn't want to read that because he doesn't want to represent people properly. Because he's a guru. He is untouchable. He is the guru. Unteachable, I would say. And so basically the NIV, ESV, these are new kids on the block. I mean, I could come to you with, say, communism and say, the pesky Constitution of the United States. I mean, there's a whole constitutionalist movement. Who are these people? Why is this movement around? It's like, well, isn't communism the new kid on the block? And the Constitution's been there, since, for hundreds of years. Isn't communism like this new thing? Aren't the new versions, aren't they the new thing? Haven't we had the King James Bible for 400 years? And before that, even the other editions that were, from Tyndale onwards, they were pretty much, identical. There was a few synonyms here and there. There was a few words in textual criticism that were added or subtracted and things like that. But nothing like what we've seen the change, since Westcott and Hort. This abomination of a text with massive corruptions, contradictions, genealogical errors, Greek solecisms, it's just an absolute abortion. They've just aborted the text. It's like, how can you describe it? It's just a train wreck. But even the Roman Catholic text back then was pretty much a TR text. Everything was, because the TR was basically the only thing. Then, you had Vaticanus, but Erasmus looked at it and went, that's puke. That's just disgusting. And so John Mill looked at it and said it's a back translation of the Latin. This is rubbish. But that's been resurrected in the last 200 years, and Sinaiticus, they found it, and the text has just been buried somewhere. It's been lost in a monastery for 1,000 years. And so it's a bit like the Jehovah's Witnesses. I remember when the Jehovah's Witnesses first started coming to my door. When I became a Christian, they came to my door about 100 times in the first year of my Christianity. And so, but I actually didn't mind it. It actually strengthened my faith because I was pretty zealous to study. And so they'd come around and say, God's not a Trinity. And so I'd just get everything I could on Trinity and then just study it and look at it and think about it. And I had their Bible. I had the Kingdom Interlinear translation. I'm looking at the Greek. This is the first year of my Christianity. And so while most people are singing Kumbaya under a fire somewhere, around a fire, I'm there studying, I'm looking at things, I'm reading things, researching. And our church used to use or my former church used to use the New King James. And so I just sort of came into that movement, didn't have much understanding of all these issues, went through the whole thing with the Jehovah's Witnesses and sort of came out the other end. When you start actually dominating the situation and they realize they can't convert you, you've got better arguments than they have, they just stop coming around and you just stop. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, I haven't seen them for a few months, And so, and you don't see them on the streets. All of a sudden, they've got these appointments they have to go to. But what I realized is for a few years after that, I'd go, oh, what's this Bible? It's an NIV or whatever. And all the same missing verses that I'd been debating for Christianity, born again, Bible believing Christianity that I just entered into from atheism. I'm like, okay, the NIV has all these missing words, and I was just disgusted in these new versions. It wasn't like someone was there telling me that. It was just my own research was pointing me to that. And I'm looking at these footnotes now. That doesn't that shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. And because I was reading the New King James, it had all these footnotes in the middle, and I actually started crossing them out. I was like, I don't want to. They were like a little demon on the page saying, "Don't trust that verse. That verse doesn't appear in the best and oldest manuscripts," and so I was just left with this dilemma of like, what Bible do we trust? And so I started going down that route. And thankfully, I actually became TR convinced, and this was after I read James White's book back in the 90s in Papua New Guinea, actually. So we were up there doing missions up in Papua New Guinea. A pastor had James White's book. It was the 1995 edition. I went up there firstly in 97, January 97. So it would have been about 98 because I've been up there 13 times. I had a lot to do with New Guinea, and there's a lot of Bible translators up there. So this issue is quite big. And so read through the book and was just really annoyed in my spirit. It was just like this horrible feeling of like, this has just left me thinking that, the Bible's untrustworthy. And so after that, I went back to Australia, and I ended up getting a bunch of stuff from the Trinitarian Bible Society. Actually, a local bookstore in Brunswick Heads, they had a bunch of stuff from the Trinitarian Bible Society. And so I just grabbed absolutely every tract that I could from there, and I started reading through, and they would just drop little hints about Textus Receptus and Masoretic text, and I just started learning that type of material. And so I think my pastor, because I had a bit of sway at that time because I was out street preaching nearly every day. My pastor actually said, look, you've got to just calm down a little bit. So I was just out there street preaching. He's like, look, you're actually really burning people. He shouldn't have done that. He should have just directed that energy somewhere else, like go to another town or something. He was just like, just stop, And so, but I think because I would just vocally say, if I learnt something, I'd read a Spurgeon book and just say, well, this is what he said, and summarize it. And then you could tell he would do a series on, because I'm not a Calvinist, he wasn't a Calvinist. And so he would do a series just pointing me in a certain direction. And I see that looking back now. And so he jumped into what he would call, the King James only defense. And he was sort of like pointing to a TR position. There was a book called If the Foundations Be Destroyed, and he actually put it at the back of the church. There was only like 2 or 3 books at the back of the church, and that was one of them. And so at the end of every church service, I'd just jump up the back and just read through these pages and go through it and think about it. And then in the 90s, there was a whole bunch of really weird guys around. And so we used to listen to a lot of sound guys. Dave Hunt was we went through whole series by R.C. Sproul, even though we weren't Calvinists. I think my pastor didn't even realize, how deep a Calvinist R.C. Sproul was. And I think back then there was all these grey areas, like even James White and Dave Hunt were doing things together. But then all of a sudden they would write a book against each other, and Norman Geisler would be on that side, and Dave Hunt's over there, and James White's here, and but back in these earlier days, there seemed to be a lot of people getting involved with each other. So there was a guy called Tex Mars, and he's probably what I would consider like, say, Nate has debated Mitch Knapp. I would say Mitch Knapp is on that sort of level with Tex Mars, believing in, conspiracies. And I'm not saying conspiracies are wrong, or anyone who goes conspiracy theory like it's, the trump card to get out of any type of argument, they're just stupid, because mainstream media, everyone believes that there have been conspiracy theory. I mean, World War II was a conspiracy theory. Every time two people get together and conspire something, and you have a theory about that, that's a conspiracy theory. So it's just sort of like, it's like saying thinking or something, or politics, or it's just a common word. But it just becomes this scarecrow term that no one really wants to use. And, it just ends all arguments, just like, millennials, they just say the year. Well, it's 2021, as if that's going to change the argument or anything. It's like pretty stupid. But so there is. So yeah. Anyway, I'll cut a long story short. I ended up reading through James White's stuff. I became totally convinced against it by reading Trinitarian Bible Society stuff. My pastor started getting into some of the weirder, Tex Marzi, Gail Riplinger sort of stuff. And he did show a few movies about black helicopters in America, and we were all like, oh, whatever. And we were sort of like, oh, well, that's probably happened. Yeah, we had no idea. I mean, this is before the internet, and then the internet came on the scene, and we started doing our own research. And then it was probably about 2021. I was going to do Greek and Latin at the University of New England, so I got accepted there, and I convinced myself against that, and I spent a year and a half just teaching myself. And so I would go through absolutely everything I could. I would read everything I could, anything on the internet. I would, to do with the Bible version issue, I would read and study, teaching myself Greek and Hebrew and anything I could that would help me to understand the Bible. And out of that came the Easter articles. And then so that helped with that helped have a good grounding on where to go, what to do. And so oftentimes what I do with these videos is sometimes I show people what I would do. So they would say the last 15 videos that I did with Stephen Boyce talking about this same debate, I'll just say, look, this is how I think, and these are websites that I've gone to over the years that have helped me. And so, yeah, to cut a long story short, NIV, ESV, these are the new kids on the block. We've been around for years. The King James has been around. It's tried, it's true, it's tested. You guys have brought, the Westcott and Hort text has come along, and you guys have elevated this in the academy to the point where it usurps the Textus Receptus. Textus Receptus is dead, apparently. But you guys aren't really honest about it. And people like James White, he howls about Beezer and Erasmus and the King James translators and, all the mistakes and errors. It's like Erasmus, Stephanus, and Beezer are like the Three Stooges, and King James translators are like the Monty Python crew, He's a very naughty boy. Oh, no, he's not the Messiah. It's just a joke. He belittles these people, but then they'll turn around and say, I have great respect for these scholars, and they're brilliant. With the information that they had, they did a pretty good job, but there's still a bunch of bozos and clowns. Yeah, in other, like if you just go through the dividing line programs and just look up textual criticism or King James only, you'll just see James White starts talking about the King James, then he'll start talking about Ruckman, then he'll start talking about Stephen Anderson. He'd just bring up every crazy type of aspect that you can, instead of just dealing with what's in front of him and dealing with the question, he'll just throw sand in the air. And he does this with Gail Rippling. I mean, how many times have you heard the acrostic algebra rubbish? I've never met anyone who believes that. Anyone on the planet, even online, no one I know. And I run some of the Facebook groups I run, like the Textus Receptus group has 7,000 people in it. No one there is pushing anything like that. So you've just got one lady, Gail Rippling, just saying this weird stuff. And this is like Mitch Canup. He has some weird, crazy ideas. But what I find is these guys love those type of people. If you get someone like, say, Jeff Riddle, now he's a Calvinist. I'm not a Calvinist, but Jeff Riddle is a normal type of guy. He's a sort of normal Reformed pastor that you would meet. And so they can't really pin him in any direction like that. You know, that they can't really say he believes in blue-blooded aliens and Area 51 conspiracies and, you know, and any type of bizarre, weird thing that you know, some of these more full-on, you know, King James onlyist Ruckman types do. And so, but they still will say you're a King James onlyist, you're a cultist. They just throw them in the same bag. And so pretty much it's like, if you're not a Calvinist, or you're in this type, you're a Roman Catholic. I've heard James White say that many times. He just defaults to you're a Roman Catholic. Belief that the King James Bible is accurate is like young earth creationism. You've got people, you know, who are like, okay, I run with Ken Ham, but you've got people who don't even look at that stuff. They've got their own convictions. You got people like Jonathan Safadi. You got, you know, even what's his name, Kent Hovine. You got a whole bunch of different groups of people, individuals, and so you can't just say it's just one movement. You know what I mean? But that's what they try to do. They try to make out it's a King James only movement, and then they exalt these cult leaders because, you know, obviously if it's cult, it's got to have these cult leaders. So it's Ruckman, you know, and then they'll throw in like D.A. Waite there. And it's like, hang on, D.A. Waite's really, I mean, I'm not a Baptist. I believe that the gifts have continued. But I would agree with probably, you know, 95% of what D.A. Waite says. But on that other 5%, I'm like, nah, no way. And I debate those things. But he's very theologically sound. He has his doctorate in theology, you know, but he just gets thrown into that same camp. And then when you get pigeonholed into a camp, you start to realize that it's not about truth. It's not about debating what's true here. And these guys, especially someone like James White, they've become a master at pigeonholing people and say, you're in this category. No, you're in that category. Oh, you're a King James onlyist. Oh, you're a TR guy. Well, I would just slot you in the same, you know, King James only bag. Oh, Theodore Leaders. Okay, I'll put you in that bag as well. You know, just everyone's just put into the same cupboard with King James only cultists written on it. So he treats people all the same. Unfortunately, that just muddies the water. So let's just continue and just see what else I have to say.
And that's when I realized I had a friend of mine in high school who was King James only. I just didn't realize it. I didn't have any categories to put it into.
So you're a King James only, and he was a King James only. That's what he would categorize them as today, because you hung around each other. You know, if you've even, you know, if you associate with anything King James, you know, you're an onlyist, you're a cultist. See, this is the thing. James White's brought about a whole bunch of new categories, which has demonized just good people who are just like, oh, you know, what Bible should I read? Well, I'll do some studies on it. Oh, actually, the ESV has the wrong number here, and they even admit that. And it's got the wrong genealogical table there, and actually, Jesus is going to the wrong town there. So I might stick with the King James Version. James White's there going, you're a cultist. And you're like, hang on, how did I just become a cultist? It's a bit like being an anti-vaxxer. You know, you're just going along normally. It's like, accept our vaccine. And just like, oh, I don't mind the other ones, but this one here, I'm just a bit hesitant. You're anti-vaxxer. and that's the sort of thing. James White's brought about a whole new era of slander, of pigeonholing, of just deception on this issue. And unfortunately, people like Stephen Boyce, people like Nate here, they've grown up, in whatever, King James only cultist camp you want to call it. And, they've come out of that and now they're following James White like a guru. They're fanboys and they parrot pretty much verbatim a lot of his stuff. The only time they don't parrot verbatim James White stuff is when they don't know it, when they haven't read enough of his stuff to parrot, so.
But he was oneness Pentecostal. so the real issues with him were on the Trinity, not on King James onlyism. But he was one of the people that gave me the Jack Chick stuff on King James onlyism originally. And I've always said that I think it's one of my great experiences in life that I went from passing out Jack Chick tracts on the playground in fourth grade and getting sent to the principal for doing that, and I gave the principal one too, 2 years later being identified as the Antichrist by Jack Chick. So I mean that's really moving up in the world, so and of course remember Alberto Rivera, Jack Chick, the former. He was the former priest that Jack Chick did all the Roman Catholic stuff about and stuff like that. Okay. I came and listened to him speak at a church here in Phoenix. It again was a oneness Pentecostal church. It wasn't even a Trinitarian church. And short little guy, about 5'1", 5'2". And when he saw I was carrying a New American Standard Bible, he just told me I was going straight to hell because it didn't have the Comma Johanneum right there. So that was there you go. But yeah, I heard about it from Tennessee Temple because not everybody there was.
I mean, I've had James White himself say that I have the mindset of a Muslim. I'm just like a Mormon. My understanding of preservation is just like the Catholics. Any Roman Catholic he's debated, I have the same mindset as them. And, just huge slander against me. And he says this to, like, he doesn't really even know me at all. Like, even he didn't even know me. And he was just saying all this rubbish because basically, he's written stuff about Revelation 16:5 in his book. And so I wrote 200 pages showing that pretty much everything he's ever said about Revelation 16:5 is totally wrong. And, he doesn't even bring that up anymore because I guess he's so embarrassed. But, and he won't debate about it because he's just chicken. He's just, what I've found is this guy will only debate, he unless there's a lot of pressure for him to debate. And it's just sort of like, everyone's like, oh, we think you're a chicken. We think you're a chicken. Because, the Jeff Riddle thing, people just kept bringing that up. He's like, okay, I'll do it. And you can tell he's sort of reluctantly like, and he fully got creamed. Well, the last 12 verses of Mark, if you watch that debate, James White at the end, he's just sort of like, he's unhinged. He's basically saying if they brought out a new text tomorrow and it sort of proved that it should be in there, I'd go with it. But then he spent a fair bit of time saying it was Gnostic and had these Gnostic readings. I'm like, so you're gonna accept Gnostic readings with a new manuscript that comes along? I'm just like, oh my gosh, this guy's so confused. But James White with Revelation 16:5, he has so many mistakes in his book, and it's quite easy to show. Even to the point where I was just going through his photos on this, even on his photos that basically show where this appears in the Bible. They don't even have the verse in it. I think I was the first one to point it out. I mean, you think how many thousands of people. This is his best-selling book, and it's interesting. These guys who have this huge ministry about the King James Bible and all the rest of it, usually they're making money. He's making money from this book. Mark Ward works for Lexham. That these guys have Verbum, the Roman Catholic version of Logos software, for the Catholics, because they just want the truth to get out there. Yeah, whatever. And so, yeah, James White's got money to be made with this book. It's his bestseller. And so when someone like me comes against him, what can he do but just slander me? And I had people from my family, who not Christians or anything, they're just looking at this going, how does this guy know these things about you? He's just making all this stuff up. I'm like, I know. And I was sort of purposely putting myself in front of him and going, hey, James, blah, 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 and just to get the response so I could show to everyone, this is how bad he is. This is how bad the state of apologetics is in America, where James White gets invited to all these churches around the place to talk about bibliology, and he will just slander something. Like anyone, I'm just pointing out things in his book that he said, and you will just get drilled and slandered. It's like you've touched the Pope or something, And not only that, but all of his fanboys who follow him, they will demonize you as well, because you're either for them or you're against them. You can't think for yourself and just go, oh, yeah, I've given my book to lots of people in PDF format and the rest of it. And a lot of, pretty much almost everyone who's read it on the TR side has said, brilliant, great work, amazing. I'm convinced, and it's actually brought out a whole bunch of understanding with the work of Jeff Riddle and Trinitarian Bible Society scholars, and that Theodore Bees actually claimed he had a manuscript. So I actually had formerly believed that, but when I wrote the book, I sort of convinced myself against it. But now I've come full circle, going, he does say that. And so this is the sort of thing where we're learning more and more about Revelation 16:5, and I'm shocked just at the study that I did, how much information was just sitting there dormant, and I just tapped into it. Really just from looking at Beza's own footnotes. It's not my own concept, it's actually from Theodore Beza. But anyway, so I just wanted to point out that James White will just absolutely slander you. He'll say the most bizarre things about you. Like when I went and handed him the book, now it was not in print, in a sense of, it wasn't like a book like this. It was basically a bunch of A4 pieces of paper with clips on it. And so, I've handed him that. And at the time, I'm pretty sure it was like 100 double-sided pieces of paper. So I've given it to him, and he was just like, I can't take that on the plane. It's like, okay, you can't take that on the plane. Like, it's like he just had no interest whatsoever in it. It's like I just handed him a piece of dog poo. And he's just going, I'm not going to take that. And I was like, oh, okay. And then he got on the dividing line and announced that he's never going to read it. I mean, this is the teachability of, this is the world, America's leading apologist. This is the go-to group, the guy you look up to for an example. And so I've challenged something in his book. I've touched the goose that lays his golden eggs. And he's like, how dare you? And so he just basically made up all this stuff that I went to Brisbane, and I was so desperate. I went so far out of my way to give him this thing. And, as if I was just doing something that was totally out of the ordinary. The church that invited him there, I used to street preach with these guys all the time in Brisbane and in the Gold Coast. I know that when I was there, I knew like about 30 people there. They were like, Nick, what are you doing here? Long time no see, and just chatted to caught up with a bunch of guys, and I'd been in Pakistan for a year. And so I just got back and I thought, oh, James White's there. I'll give him, I've just spent a month writing this book for him. I'll go and hand it to him, to his face. Hopefully he'll just say, oh, thanks, Nick. I really appreciate that. I'll read through it and I'll get back to you. Like a mature person. He was just like, I won't even be able to take that on the plane. And then he was taking football jumpers from people from the audience and all sorts of things and just shoving them in his bag. And it's like, he can't take some paper. And But yeah, and so then from there he's just made up things about me constantly. So that's why I thought, no, I'm going to take this to the nth degree and show the world what this guy's really like. But it doesn't seem to matter sometimes. It's like trying to show people how bad Joe Biden is or something. It's like, look, here's another picture of him sniffing a girl's hair and grabbing her around the waist and kissing her on the ear. Look, he's bad. He's bad. Don't go with him. Look at his policies. But when they're fanboys, they don't see that. They're just mesmerized. Like, Joe. But I've noticed they're chanting something else at the moment. But anyway, let's just get back to the chat.
On that side, and so there were splits taking place and all sorts of things like that. So I heard about it from my parents initially, from back in that area. So yeah, do you have any charcoal drawings from Peter Ruckman?
We did growing up. Our church had some, and yeah, he would do them at the boys' home and places that we would go. So yeah, we did end up with some of those. I don't have any hanging in my office like my friend Andrew Sluter, but I'll let him keep those.
Yeah, I was going to say those might fetch a little money now in certain circles.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but yeah. Growing up with Peter Ruckman, that must be a very interesting experience. So obviously, given your shirt, recovering fundamentalist, the recovering fundamentalist. There you go. Got to keep that back straight. I'm struggling with that as I get old. It's ugly. But obviously, you wouldn't be asked to speak in churches friendly to Peter Ruckman today. So what happened?
No. So my wife and I got married right out of high school. I was 20 years old, and we immediately joined a Southern Baptist church, which was a huge no-no.
Oh yeah.
But
of course.
I had grown up King James only. Asked my dad some questions in middle school and high school, and he was always honest with me, even though he was very strongly King James preferred. He let me know that a lot of the craziness I heard growing up wasn't accurate. And so we had some really good conversations, and I always appreciated my mom and dad, even though we were raised in the middle of a lot of crazy stuff. They were very balanced. They loved the Lord, and they were faithful. My dad and mom are still in ministry after 40 years. So I'm thankful for what the Independent Fundamental Baptist Movement gave to me, because I was born just a little while after they were saved and was raised in a Christian home and all the blessings that come along with that. And so when we joined the Southern Baptist Church, I was in college. I started diving in for myself, was taking some philosophy classes, and really had a crisis of faith. Yeah. And through that process and through, a couple years of two kids being married, the Lord humbled me, broke me down, and I was truly saved in that church. And from there, went back and forth a couple of times to, back into a very light IFB church, and then moved to the Calvary Chapel organization for a while, then planted a church. But through that process, for about the first 5 years of when God was calling me into ministry, I had to dive into the King James issue, because the verse that talks about your conscience being seared, it's actually talking about not being seared to where I was taught that it was your conscience was seared and you fall into liberalism or into sin. That verse is actually talking about legalism. It's talking about people that have these rules enforced on them and their conscience is seared. And that's where I was at. And I honestly couldn't.
So many times people, they confuse legalism with traditions of men. There's two distinct things. And so legalism has to do with legality. So the law of Moses, if you follow the law of Moses, that's pure legalism. Following the traditions of men is not legalism. And oftentimes what you'll find is people, they conflate these categories together, and they'll talk about something that is not legalism, but they'll apply the same legalistic concepts or the same legalistic punishments or fruit that comes from legalism to those traditions of men. Now, there are two things that nullify the word of God, and that's unbelief and the traditions of men. Jesus talked about that. And so, Matthew 23, it's like you nullify the word of God by your traditions, and actually might be Matthew 23, but the traditions of men are things that are added to the word of God. And so you might go to a church and they say, look, you have to wear a suit and tie and all the rest of it. That's traditions of men. You might go to a church and they say you have to be circumcised according to the law of Moses, or you have to tithe, or you have to do these certain things. That's pure legalism. And so that's something that has to be understood, and that there are different ramifications for that. Both are dangerous, but they're totally different snakes in a sense. And so many times people will talk about legalism, like King James only legalism. So where's the law in that? And so I just thought I'd mention that.
Read or pick up any other version without just feeling like, God was going to judge me for that. So thanks to you and Dr. John MacArthur and hours of debates and reading books on both sides, I set out to prove King James onlyism for myself. And
so, thanks to James White and see what I find is when, like, how come I can go through James White's book, just get one little section, I think it's 3 or 4 pages, about Revelation 16:5, and I can find so many errors in it, and I can basically show that almost everything he says is wrong. And then I'm just like, okay, I'll go to another section. And so every section that I've gone to, when I study it out, I'm like, that's a mistake, that's wrong, that's been proven wrong for like 20 years. That's an error. And so, like say, he's got study or be diligent, a whole section on that. So I've got a little bit under my hat about that type of thing. And I'm just going through pretty much every now and then I'll just randomly open a page and just go through, read a bunch of stuff. And so, James White has error all over the place. But when I listen to people who have come out of King James onlyism or whatever they want to label it as, and they've gotten into James White stuff, and now they're settled and they can have whatever Bible they want. They don't really say they have a Bible today, even though they'll say, I believe, Mitch in the debate says, I believe every word, I believe in the inspired, inerrant, plenary. That means every word. Plenary means every word. But how can they say they believe in every word when the woman caught in adultery story, they don't believe it should be in there? So they don't believe in the plenary word of God. They just that I don't think. And I'm sorry if I call him Mitch. I kept saying Mitch when I should say Nate, because I've just been through the 15 videos that I've done with Mitch and Nate. I kept swapping their names over. So Nate, I don't think Nate knows that much about this. Like, he was sort of saying Stephen Boyce just knows so much. And I'm like, Stephen Boyce hardly knows anything. And what he does know is wrong. Most of the time he's just saying stuff that's wrong. And many times he's saying stuff that's just come to his own mind right there and then. Oftentimes it's not even like James White stuff. Because I've listened to his stuff and go, hang on, James White says pretty much the opposite of what you're saying there, So, but someone like Nate, I don't think he knows that much. And unfortunately, these guys, what their understanding of studying something is just, I went through this and just went, that's a good enough argument. That means it's finished, case closed, and many times if I was to say get any verse that's contested, get Nate and say, okay, let's talk about this one verse, and I don't think that he's studied enough to really make such conclusions. And even Stephen Boyce, he was saying that, one of the verses that really showed him that the King James Bible was filled with errors and all this stuff was Acts chapter 7, verse 20, where it has in the Greek, it's like Moses was beautiful unto God, where the King James just says Moses was a beautiful child. And he's like, where's unto God? It says unto God in the Textus Receptus. It's not in the King James. What's going on? It should be in there. And it's like, so basically what I did when in my recent video series, I just went through and read KJV Today, a website about that, and it's pretty clear that this is a Hebrew type of idiom that has entered into the Greek, and it's pretty basic stuff. It's not, oftentimes you have a lexicon, you have a very broad definition of a word. So say, you get a Strong's at the bottom, it can be this, or this. But the contextual way of looking at a word can sometimes make it morph from that. So we'll say something like, say the word break. We know what the word break is. It's to snap something, to pull something apart. But we might say, my car had a breakdown. It's okay. That how does that fit into the lexicon? Well, it's contextual. Many words are contextual, and that's why people need to be fluent in languages to do translation, because many times people are just using the lexicon. They're reading through, or an interlinear, which just uses lexical definitions and not contextual definitions. And so you might have a breakup, in a family. You might have a breakdown. You might have a break in to your house, or you might break out of this word break. You can use it in so many different ways, but how do you just define that simply? And many times the context of the Bible and who's saying something. Stephen, here he is in Acts chapter 7. He's a Hebrew talking to another bunch of Hebrews. And so obviously he's going to be using Hebrew terminology, Hebrew idioms, Hebrew definitions, and things that are said contextually in Hebrew. And so when you understand the King James translators were absolutely fluent in these languages, you can understand how they came to certain conclusions. And so many times, Stephen Boyce or Nate, they just have a very simplistic look at something and go, no, that's wrong. And they move on to the next one. No, that's wrong too. No. And I find people will say, oh, here's 100 errors in the King James. Because I'll say to people, show me just one error in the King James. And what I'm actually saying is, let's go to the man and let's spend 3 months on this one verse if need be, to get everything out and to show every single angle. And just like I did with Revelation 16:5, let's focus in on this. Let's look at everything, and then we'll make a decision. But what I find is people have a list. Oh, see, there's Revelation 16:5 is all easily shown to be Beza was correct to put it in there. He said he had a manuscript. It's not a conjectural emendation. And also, it's the holiest name of God, the one who was and is and shall be. In the temple, when anyone said Jehovah, they used to say who was and is and shall be. And so that's in the text. So that's why they put holy on it, because it's a noun phrase. It's nomina sacra. And so they put holy on it. How do you make a noun phrase that's so big, the one who art and was and shall be? How do you contract that into just the first and last letter? It's like, no, you put holy on it, and it's a trigger to show people that it's a nomina sacra. It's very simple. That's what Beza taught as well. It's in the Ethiopic, it's in Latin, it's in ancient manuscript Theodore Beza had. Okay, and they just go, let's just move to the next one. Instead of going, okay, I want to think about this, I want to know more about this, I want to study this, they do the James White. It's like, I'm not even going to go there. And you're like, okay, 1 John 5:7, they're like, it's not in the Greek manuscripts, ha, ha, ha. And it's like, okay, well, most of the things that you guys debate aren't in the Greek manuscripts. Mark chapter 16, the last 12 verses, there's 2 manuscripts that don't have those 12 verses, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, but there's room in those manuscripts for them. But there's 1,600 and is it 47 or 17? 1,617, I think it is, Greek manuscripts that do have it. So we have the 99.999% of the manuscripts that they're on our favour. So why don't you go with them? Oh, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, we follow them. Okay, but then when you look at the Comma Johanneum, we have 95% of the Latin. We have a whole bunch of early church writers, but they're like, oh, it's not in the Greek, so we throw it out. So then I said, okay, well, how many Greek manuscripts would be sufficient then? If we had, say there's 500 Greek manuscripts of 1 John 5, okay, if we had, say, half, say 250 manuscripts with the reading in it, they'd say, no, still not good enough. So, okay, well, 300 manuscripts? No. 400 manuscripts? No. If we had 498 manuscripts with it in there, if Vaticanus and Sinaiticus didn't have it, they would still throw it out because that's what they do for the last 12 verses of Mark. So they're not interested in the majority text. They're not. These arguments are just, they will find out any type of thing that's against the TR. See, we understand the TR most of the time is majority, so much evidence that we have the embarrassment of riches. These guys don't. They borrow our argumentation to debate atheists and Muslims and say, oh, we have this embarrassment of riches, but we throw that straight under the bus and we go with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus nearly all the time. This embarrassment of riches is an embarrassment to us because we just regulate it to BYZ or majority, a big M for majority text, but we throw it under the bus. We don't really care about that. But then when it comes to TR argumentation, they care about it all of a sudden, how many Greek manuscripts there are. When it comes to the Muslim thing and, oh, we have this embarrassment of riches and we have so many manuscripts and all the rest of it, it's like, yeah, but you don't follow them. You follow Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. This is what Westcott and Hort did, and nothing much has changed since then. Westcott and Hort, they had Unitarians working on their text, like Jehovah's Witnesses. The Nestor Aland United Bible Society text had Carlo Martini. He, Roman Catholic guy, in line to be a pope for a vast majority of his ministry. He was a good contestant to be a pope. He's working on your text. So you guys have this horrible text that you've got to defend. And it's like, and then you throw in all the, Byzantine majority text under the bus. And so when people hold up this list of like, okay, I want to go through this verse and prove you wrong. I'm like, okay, Revelation 16:5. Okay, I've written a book on that. Have you read it? Can I get some feedback? I haven't had any real logical feedback. Now, I'll take my hat off to Stephen Boyce for just trying, okay? But if you go through my playlist, you can see where if I just go through just a cursory look at what he said in the debate about the Ethiopic and about Beza's mystical 1611, reprint by his printers, apparently, who knew that he didn't like, they didn't like the reading, but he did, apparently. All this other stuff, I deal with that, but I've had no feedback. Usually people would write back and say, hey, Nick, I think you're wrong here, or actually you're right here. It's just you're a slanderer, Nick. You're a horrible guy. It's like, okay, I would really like some feedback. Now, at least James Snap, he read through the first half of my book, and he just said, I read through the first half, and there's nothing about the evidence. Well, and I'm like, yeah, well, the second half deals with the evidence. So then after that, I never heard anything from him because I think I thoroughly dealt with the evidence, and he would have gone, lights would have gone on. He would have gone, okay, there is a case for it. Obviously, conjectural emendation is out the door. And even Elijah Hickson, he went through it and said it was very good on the Nomina Sacra. Even Stephen Boyce, when I debated him, he was like, Nick, this is one of the best books I've ever read on Nomina Sacra. But how come these guys aren't interacting anymore with me? It's because they know that I will go to the nth degree. I will go through everything they're saying to like I did with James White, Revelation 16:5. I went through everything that he said. So way back in the 90s, he's on the Ankerberg show. I went through all that he said about that, and then I'm matching it up with what he's saying in the book. Then I'm matching it up with, different dividing line programs and what he says on the yellow post when he's showing, these readings by Beatus of Libana and Hamo Halbestensis and these Latin readings. He just dismisses them because of who says it. He doesn't look at the evidence. He's been given lots of evidence over the years, but he's just dismissed it. And then I've given him that same evidence, but also showing him that every Greek manuscript, if what I'm saying is true, that it's Nomina Sacra, every Greek manuscript basically reads as King James, as Beza's post 1582 Greek says. And so, but anyway, that's what I find these guys that have a list, and instead of dealing with okay, we've gone through one thing, can we still deal with that? Can we find, do you agree or disagree, or you don't have time anymore, or, and then, 1 John 5:7, I started to deal with that, and people are like, they don't want to deal with that anymore. And then they'll just jump to the next one. This is what James White does. Ephesians 3:9. We have to go to that one now. And it's like, we're talking about like 2 or 3 letters in a word, where most of the time we're dealing with the woman caught in adultery, 12 verses, straight in the bin. Last 12 verses a month, straight in the bin. Verse after verse after, sometimes it's like 16, 17, 18, 19, verses just completely gone out of these modern versions. And so James White places doubt on about 250 verses of the Bible. And that they'll just have the list, and they'll just go through them and then just say, like Stephen Boyce does, I won that debate. And if you sort of bring up things after the debate, if you're on the King James only side, then you're desperate and you're a stalker and you're a psycho and all the rest of it. But if I keep calling him Mitch, I'm really sorry, Nate. If Nate does this, if he does a whole 5 videos on it, if he talks to James White about it, if he goes on all these other programs, talks about it, that's just normal for him because he's on the good side. If you're on the King James only side, then you are desperate and you've already lost. It's a sure sign you've lost the debate, instead of just dealing with what I say. So anyway, let's just continue.
Boy, I was surprised when I really started reading the facts and listening to the debates. And basically the other argument, the King James only argument, in my opinion, came down to a lot of emotionalism and a lot of blind faith, where you just kind of take a leap in the dark. And I don't believe that's the type of faith that God calls believers to. We have faith based on evidence. So that was how I ended up where I am. And I did tell you in some personal correspondence that a lot of the things that I used, you could just about piece almost everything I said back to you in one way or another.
So this is just an admission. It's not his own studies. He has basically just gone, okay, let's just replace, Ruckman, whatever he was involved with this. And someone like me comes along and says, hang on, this is wrong there. So I just become an enemy because he has set this up as his authority. James White is the go-to guru for this issue.
I had notes in I had a section in my notes to thank you and some other guys like Stephen Boyce. And I think the only person I actually mentioned was Timothy Berg, and I mentioned him twice. That wasn't on purpose, but the section that I was thanking you, I ran out of time. So I do apologize for that publicly.
So a lot of the time, Stephen Boyce makes these claims about, King James, he had this list of things that you could and couldn't do in the version. Like you always had to translate ecclesia as church. That's all you could do. And he's got this bee in his bonnet about that. And it's like this type of argumentation comes from, Rick Norris type guys and Doug Kudelik and, sometimes it's James Price, the guy who worked on the New King James Version. And the thing is, church, ecclesia is, whenever it's talking about believers, it uses church. Whenever it's talking about the Jews, it's the congregation. Whenever it's talking about a mix, it's assembly. So wherever you see ecclesia, it's divided up into those three. Very clear. The King James translation makes it very clear. And even, Stephen Boyce is like, they wanted to use high church words like church and, but why does the Bishop's Bible use congregation then, and the Geneva uses church? It's flipped around. It's wrong. And so many times they have this argumentation, and all you have to do is just do a 5-minute Google search, and it's like, well, that's completely wrong. And so, but it sounds so good, King James he put his leg in it, they were going to do this translation. They were going to use congregation probably, but, he wanted to use church because he wanted the high church meaning to be in there and all this sort of stuff. It's like, no, they were just clearing up. They had these different terms that they could use. It's like, well, why wouldn't you use the word church? And oftentimes there's this underlying, conspiracy theory. There's the word. James White just will spew out probably more than Joe Biden. But there's this underlying conspiracy or concept that church comes from the word circus. It's related to the word circus, and it's to do with witchcraft and all this sort of stuff. And so the same as Easter, like James White thinks Easter is a pagan festival, that it's related to Ishtar and Yostar, and not to Luther's Uster, which is short for Auferstehung, which means resurrection. It couldn't be related to that. It couldn't be related to a Germanic word, which was very common. Tyndale used Easter all the time through his version. It's just, and they call us conspiracy theorists, and I understand some of these guys like Mitch, he's into conspiracies full on, Tex Mars, these other guys, they're weird, but I find that these guys, because they're pointing out that those guys are weird, people seem to think that exempts them from being weirdos themselves. James White's a weirdo. If you get Gail Riplinger's stuff and the amount of mistakes in her book, like people are like, oh, Gail Riplinger, so many mistakes. I mean, James White said it, so I believe it, But if you get James White's book, I've found just as many mistakes in this. So can they be honest and go, Gail Riplinger and James White have mistakes? Will they do that? Will they be honest and do that? Say Nate's calling himself the recovering fundamentalist. And many of these guys, they're online, they're saying, we just want truth. We don't care about denominationalism. We don't care. If you love Jesus, you will love the truth and blah, blah, blah. Well, are they prepared then to look at arguments against James White? I don't think they are. These guys are just jumping from one side to another. And it's like someone like, say, Justin Peters, who will talk about, the Benny Hinns and all these other people. What he will do is you'll have him there going, okay, look at this psycho, look at Joyce Myers, look at what this guy said over here, look at this crazy idiot over there. And everyone's like, yeah, that's true. But then he will say, and so anyone who believes in miracles or healing or anything are just like these people, or are actually on a slippery slope, and they end up in that camp anyway. And it's like, how do you get to that logic? You know what I mean? And so, but because, and so this is something that, I can teach you how to be a bit of a culty type leader with this principle. If you simply just expose other people, the very low-hanging fruit, and just sometimes just state the obvious. If you just say, like, Joe Biden's ridiculous, people will think, wow, there's something about that guy. He knows certain things, and it's like, you just state the obvious. You just say, the politics that's in China is bad, And so many times these guys are, what they'll do, they're not actually debating against King James onlyism. They're actually finding these King James only types who have a whole ton of extra baggage. And they won't really deal with the King James only issue. They're dealing with all this extra baggage and just pointing it out and laughing at it and saying, look how dumb that is. And so, anyway, I'll just let these guys continue. I've totally forgotten what the reason why I rabbit trailed all that way, but it was kind of fun.
Well, that happens in debates.
Yes.
You can just, I don't know why it is, but you can time your debate remarks. When you get into actual debate, it'll always take about 10% longer than it did in your office. That's been my experience. So you always shoot to be a little bit short because, as you probably know, I've always been extremely focused on being very timely in my debates, and my opponents not so much so.
Not so much.
Not so much so. So
I think I'd rather have someone who's a bit sloppy on time and correct than someone like James White who's just like, really full on time but wrong. I mean, and saying heretical things. Like, I mean, Fancy, when he was debating Jeff Riddle, Fancy saying that if they found an old manuscript of Mark, he would accept that, like a Vaticanus Sinaiticus sort of stature, he would accept the reading, the last 12 verses of Mark. But he had just gone through and said how Gnostic it is and how it's got, snake handling. And, it can't be anything logical. Like, the serpent is in Genesis, the serpent, and, says trample on serpents and scorpions and all the power of the enemy. It's talking about devils. But, Mark chapter 16, it must be talking about snake handling, like they do down the church down the road. It's like, come on, stop slandering, stop just, and this is one of America's leading apologists. This is why apologetics, I'm writing to apologetics. I've been involved in apologetics for years and years and years. But the type of apologetics that James White uses is so poor and so bad. And unfortunately, you just see a group of young people just following in his footsteps. They have this absolute, like, James White is like arrogance on steroids. And these younger guys who are coming through, they're just like, they just act like they are just, they're so prideful. They just can't be corrected. They're just, it's a real shame because from my perspective, coming from atheism, believing that we come from monkeys, and coming into, the Christian world and just seeing people just, like James White will just lie and slander and just say whatever comes to his mind, he'll just say it, blah, 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 about people. And then it's like, surely, other people who are apologists will want to accurately represent what I'm saying. And they come on board and they're worse. And half the time they've learned all this stuff from James White. It's like, man, what a horrible state of Christianity, really, in America. It's just, these are the guys who are, they think they're standing in the front line against, against the tide of New Age, against the tide of, Catholicism and Islam and all the rest of it. And these guys are just like, and one thing that I really had to question after personally dealing with James White and having him vomit all over me, it's like, wow, that was an interesting experience. And then seeing him do it to Jeff Riddle and Robert Truelove and a whole bunch of other people and the Agros guys, and you're just like, man, this guy's just, he's whacked. And then I thought, hang on, maybe he's doing this to his other opponents too. I mean, it wouldn't just be me, it wouldn't just be the King James guys he's vomiting on. Maybe these Catholic guys who I'm only getting his side of the story. I'm not getting their side of the story. Maybe he's the one who maybe he's lost a whole bunch of debates really against the Catholic Answers guys and sort of said a whole bunch of stuff that's not really true and not really accurate and, against Muslims and against other people and using argumentation they never agreed to really debate on and, just just sort of throwing sand in the air. Like, he's good at manipulating debates to sort of go a certain way, which, the debate line isn't really even to do with that. But yeah, I've had to question it and gone, maybe I should really go back through a whole bunch of debates that I watched and really see if James, and write down these things. Did James win that point? Is what James said factual there? And that's what I found with Stephen Boyce. Like, he recently debated a Muslim guy, and I was halfway through going, the Muslim guy is basically saying, I never agreed to debate about the Quran in this debate. We're talking about the New Testament here. So I'm not prepared to debate this. And Stephen Boyce just kept going. I'm like, that's interesting. So I actually contacted this guy. And so he was from Pakistan. He's living in the UK. Had a chat with him and just said, so how did you feel about that debate? Did you feel like you were misrepresented, or did you feel like you were sort of forced into a corner to debate about things that you hadn't agreed on? And he said, absolutely. Most of the debate was just stuff we sort of had agreed not to talk about. And so I'm just like, well, if that's not how you win people over, you know what I mean? You don't it's not just win at all costs, win at all cost apologetics ministries, slander those guys out there, apologetics, no. And I've had that myself. I've had these guys just say rubbish. I'm like, what? Even people who know me, they're like, have you heard what that guy's saying about you? I'm like, I know. How would he know that I'm a desperate guy and I've gone to visit him in this faraway place and all this, But yeah, even Muslims, I'm like, how'd you go? And this is before they knew who I was or anything. Like, this guy said, so, have you had dealings with him? I said, yeah, I debated him on this and that. And he's like, oh, okay. So he did the same thing to me pretty much. Brought up a whole bunch of irrelevant stuff. One on those points, and I'm just left there going, what's that got to do with the debate or anything? And then later on, just proved those and was just called every name under the sun. And it's like, so yeah, anyway, they're misrepresenting not just me, but many people.
That's obviously a long process. You mentioned that a couple times in the debate. Learning about where the Bibles come from, the process of translation, the history of the Bible, and yet not throwing everything out. I mean, a lot of folks go through that fundamentalist experience. I remember when I was on the Unbelievable radio broadcast with Brian McLaren, who sort of was one of the key people in the Emergent church movement. The thing that struck me was he and I pretty much had the same story as far as our youth was concerned. I don't know if you ever did this, but we would always do these things on New Year's Eve where you'd watch the New Year come in and you'd have a prayer service. And I remember watching Thief in the Night during one of those. That was a great way to get people converted. When the camera panned back and that lawnmower is just sitting there and the guy is gone. I mean, that's that. Oh boy. I've been trying to tell my kids they need to watch that. The most rented VHS Christian videotape of all time, Thief in the Night. So there you go. But Brian McLaren and I both moved beyond that upbringing, but he threw everything out on the table and said, let's negotiate everything. And I recognized you couldn't do that. You had to be consistent. There were foundational things that remain true and that you have to focus on. And then there were other things we had to go, nope, that actually is inconsistent. And I'm not going to hold on to that. So obviously.
But like, seriously, if you come to the new Bibles, they're full of inconsistencies. The NIV disagrees with the ESV, disagrees with the NASB, disagrees, like, just among themselves. If you just throw the King James in the bin like you want to, and just have your modern Bible, can you trust the modern Bibles? Okay, well, apparently he's making a case for it that you can. And so you get all these ones together, and you got one that says one reading, and then NIV readings will have NIV in one spot in the oldest NIV. Then you have a 1984 edition then you'll have a 2011 edition and today's NIV, and it's like they're all different. Many times they'll just jump back and forward, and sometimes they're against a TR reading, then they'll adopt a TR reading, then they're against it again, and it's like that's just within the NIV, let alone comparing it with the others, and let alone looking at the footnotes and the things that they say and the bizarre things. And sometimes, like the ESV in I think it's Samuel chapter 13, first Samuel chapter 13, verse 1, where it has Saul reigned for ... days. It doesn't even have a number there. They just put ... because they don't know. And you'll have, instead of Jesus sent the 70 out, it's the 72 out. Which is it? And you have these contradictions. Even in the New King James many times is someone went to the aid of someone, but then they forget that same story is over in Second Kings, and then it's like, oh no, they went with the King James there, but they didn't in the other one. And so it just creates this contradiction. Most of these Bibles in Hebrews chapter 3 verse 16, it says no one went into the promised land. But obviously Joshua and Caleb went in. Like the King James says, it says some went in, howbeit not all. But even TR Bibles, Mark Ward's there going, well, why don't you just read the New King James, you bunch of idiots? Why don't you read the MEV, And it's like, well, because it has dumb, retarded readings like that in it. If I had a King James Bible, now I believe the King James Bible is accurate, it's stable, and I can't find errors in it. Where these guys are pointing out that there's errors, I do big studies on it and go, that's not an error. Actually, you are in error in your expose of this being in error. And so, and that's why these guys are so chicken to debate me. James White won't debate me. I'll debate anyone. I'll debate Nate. I'll debate Stephen Boyce. I'll debate any of these. These guys are just so chicken. And the thing is, too, when I have a debate, they're like, wow, Nick was actually really, nice and friendly and all the rest of it. And it's like great to debate with and all the rest of it. But they won't do it again. It's because they're chicken. Because they know that I'll go to the nth degree and study it out and show where they're wrong and show it to the world. And they don't want to be exposed for their illiteracy on these things. And so if this Bible had, for God so hated the world that he gave his only begotten son, blah, 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 I would throw that in the bin. If that was the only verse that had that mistake in it, I might keep it out of curiosity, but it's like, as far as giving it to someone, I'll say, well, what's the point, See, the thing is, these new Bibles not only have readings like that, it's scattered all the way through. So if Mark Ward, he's there going, why don't you guys just accept the New King James? It's because it has really dumb readings in it. Why don't you accept the MEV? It's because it has really dumb readings in it. Why don't you accept the modern Bibles? It's because they're even dumber. You know what I mean? Like, at least you have a TR Bible. At least go with the New King James. Yeah, at least, MEV is just, it's pathetic, really. Just think about MEV in Isaiah. I think it's Isaiah 58. It has this word called reward. Okay, it's almost like rear ward or rear guard. Now, what they did, they've advertised that they've got 47 translators. Now, that used to be a King James translated number. I think there was 47 translators still alive when the King James was published, but there was up to 60 involved. And they're finding people all over the place now who are involved, who had nothing to do with the Church of England or anything. They were just like, the greatest living Greek scholar who lived in France. Let's get him over. And so he'd go over there and work through a whole bunch of stuff. And, just there's so much information coming out now because in the fire of London, 1666, most of the history of the King James Bible just went up in smoke. And so, unfortunately, so we're sort of finding snippets here and there, and we're piecing them together and getting a bigger picture. But MEV guys had the 47 number. And they even had a guy who was related to one of the translators, like 400 years later. It's like, I'm a relative and I'm an evangelical guy, and so we'll put him in the front and make out that it's some sort of lineage from the King James, And then they dedicate it to the Queen. It's like as if the Queen has anything to do with Christianity now. You know what I mean? Like it's just, the royal family is just an absolute mess. And so they have this sort of nostalgia to the 1611. But in Isaiah chapter 58, they have reward. And so I might actually just look this up. It's on my website. I'll let you guys
read. So you went through the same process.
If you go to tr.org.au, okay, that's my website there. MEV. Modern English version. Now I'll make this a little bit bigger for everyone. Let's just go 150. Now this should show. Now this should shut the mouth of Mark Ward. Okay, yeah, Isaiah 58 verse 8. They changed the King James version reward, which is often modernized as rear guard. They changed it into reward, revealing that the 47 translators totally misunderstood the correct meaning of the archaic reward. And also that they didn't do real checks and balances like the men in 1611. I mean, it just gets worse. Like they didn't check the word. The 47 translators' sales pitch is merely to create a false association with the King James Version so that people would assume that it went through the same cross-checking filtration process as the 1611 did, which was at least 14 times according to Bancroft's translation rules. I doubt it even went through 2 cross-checks in this verse. It is clearly an error and reveals their incompetence. It appears that they just saw the King James Version's reward and assumed it was reward without even checking the New King James Version. It also reveals they didn't go to the Hebrew at all. So, with that in mind, get the MEV and read the preface of all the work they did. I think it's like, from all 3 branches of Christianity, Protestantism, Roman Catholicism, and Orthodox, we've got the best scholars and we put them all together. It's just, how can they make such a dumb mistake? They thought this said reward. It shows they actually just went to the King James Version and updated the words. And it shows that no one actually went through and checked that. Okay, so I think you wouldn't get 2 people making that same mistake. It would be a fluke to get to. I mean, 3 would be like winning the lottery, But reward, it's not reward. So they put the word reward in there. I mean, how ridiculous. So it shows that they not only didn't go to other TR editions and have a look, not only they didn't go to the Hebrew, and they only went to the King James and misread it, what it said, and put that in. So nowhere else, no other Bible in the world has reward there. It's not reward. And it's like, how ridiculous is this? And so these are the Bibles that Mark Ward's saying you can trust now. The New King James is just as bad. I can show you hundreds of errors. Yeah, this is just one error. I can show you hundreds of places where it's just dumb. You don't get these stupid, idiotic readings in the King James Version. You just don't get them. And where people like James White and Stephen Boyce and Nate where these guys are saying there are errors there simply aren't. It's mostly just their illiteracy on that topic. They need to go and learn more and spend the time going through those things. Then they'll be able to go, okay, that's what it's saying. So let's get back to our video.
Yeah, the pendulum.
Oops, sorry about that.
I think a lot of times when people leave fundamentalism or something similar to that, the pendulum usually swings, and mine did. I actually was very drawn to the emergent church movement.
Right.
And
yeah.
thankfully because there's a lot of young, cool guys, and thankfully that some guys like Kevin DeYoung that wrote Why We're Not Emergent, that was really important to me when I was going through all this. And then I started swinging back more to where, I started getting into Reformed theology and discovering really the basis of a lot of what we believe. And so I believe I came back to a healthy place and really desired to go deeper. But my good friend J.C. Groves and I were talking about, we constantly had these conversations about our upbringing, and about 2 years ago, he called me, I think it was like 2:00 in the morning, and I almost never sleep. So I answered his call, and he said, man, have you ever thought about doing a podcast? And I was like, I think they're cool, but I don't really know much about it. He said, we need to do a podcast on fundamentalism, on being ex-fundies. And I was like, that sounds awesome. He said, I've looked and searched, and the only thing I can find with having anything to do with ex-fundies is like atheistic or agnostic. And so we started doing a lot of research, and he said, why don't we just start having the conversations we've had in private for 20 years publicly? He's also a pastor. And then we brought in one of our other pastor friends, Brian Edwards, who has been around fundamentalism for years. And we always give him the hard time calling him the older one, even though he's only 51. He's only like 5 years older than us. We definitely give him a hard time. But the three of us started getting together, and we're about a year and a half, 77 episodes into the Recovering Fundamentalist podcast. And man, we've taken a ton of heat for what we're doing. And we also have thousands of people that have contacted us and said, hey, we you're helping us realize that there's freedom in Christ. And the whole purpose is to talk about the gospel, and to our mission statement says we exist to help and encourage those whose lives have been negatively affected by fundamentalist legalism into the church, and to challenge those who value tradition over scripture. Right. So we're very conservative, but of course we immediately got written off as heretics because we're not independent fundamental Baptists. But it's been quite a journey for the last year and a half.
I bet. I was really surprised a few G3s ago when I was talking to folks how many of the people who stood in line for a long period of time to talk to me mentioned their IFB background and how, and I'm not, because it's not something that Jeff and I ever sat down and said, let's do this, but mentioning both Jeff Durbin and myself as people who had helped them to become better grounded and more balanced, and get out of the legalism and become involved, for example, in doing apologetics and things like that, which I think IFB folks, they like to bluster and they like to talk about defending the faith, but their position makes it almost impossible for them to do so in any meaningful fashion, because you have to expose yourself to other ways of thinking, and you have to understand other perspectives accurately. And there is a huge fear in that mindset of actually exposing yourself so that you can engage those types.
And that's why James White won't debate me, because I'll just expose him as a fake and a fraud and a guy who's lied about people. I've watched his Divide and Line programs for years and years. Whenever he's talking about me, whenever he's talking about TR, he misrepresents what I'm saying, and he has no interest in sharing the truth or trying to understand where I'm coming from accurately. He just wants to smear, and whenever I bring up a good point and he's cornered on that, he'll just I'm like, well, what about 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10, where the Nestle Island United Bible Society text has a conjectural emendation there that you seem to hate. But you're going around saying, "Oh, King James Bible, Revelation 16:5," and we've proven it's not a conjecture in the King James or in Beza at all. But we've proven that your text has that, and so it's actually just totally reversed everything for you. And then when you're doing an hour-long program on me, on tweets that I've done, instead of accurately going through what I've said, I've nailed you on that point, and you're just like, I go to the Tyndale House text. What? So you're admitting that the Nestle-Aland text, because you went around for years and years saying how dumb it is to have this conjectural emendation. We've proven that you were wrong in your book. A whole bunch of stuff. It's just pretty much you didn't know really anything about Revelation 16:5. It's almost like you just made it all up. And we've proven you wrong. And you won't debate it publicly because you know it's damaging to your position. It's damaging to your book. And you've been going around saying the King James is stupid and people who read it are pretty much idiots because of that. Revelation 16:5, blah, blah, blah. We've turned it all around and pointed out, actually, no, we don't have that problem. You guys actually have that problem in your Greek text. And he's like, I go to Tyndale House. Okay.
The things. And so I was just really, really surprised at how many people were coming up to me and saying, I was raised in a very strict fundamentalist context, and I was King James only, and I was taught that you had 14 sets of horns hidden somewhere in your head, and then one day I stumbled on something on a different topic, and it's like, what you said made sense, and so I started listening, and a lot of them would say, I really liked what you said about other stuff, but I stayed away from the King James stuff because I was afraid. I was scared of what I was going to hear. And then when I finally did so, then it's like, wow, I never heard any of this stuff before. And
see, unfortunately, what's happened is James White has been set up as, there's this two-party sort of thing. You're King James only and the James White guys, and so if you don't want to be a Republican anymore, you can't go to anything else. You have to be a Democrat. It's like, and he set up his own concepts about this. He's part of a huge group of people who are supporting him in this, and he supports the others, and so there's just no in between. There's no middle ground. There's no James White's wrong here. Like even someone like James Snap, who I disagree with on many points, he points out heaps of errors in James White's position. And that's what sort of befuddles me is, when James Snap gets involved with things and people go, oh, wow, he sort of knows his stuff, like he's against James White, but he's also against the King James only guys. And he sort of knows his stuff, and they revere James Snap as this like independent. He might be a stray cat sort of thing, but it's like, wow, someone who actually thinks. And but why wouldn't they then look at all the stuff that he's saying against Dan Wallace and against James White and agree with it, instead of just parroting the mistakes that James White makes? You know what I mean? It's like I've read through all of James Snap's material against my position and gone, well, no, I don't agree with that because of this reason, that reason, and da-da-da, and I've developed my own convictions about that. But these guys are sort of like, I can tell they haven't done that. You know what I mean? These guys are it's just James White. It's just safer just to have a James White position. And then if we ever have a problem and someone corners us, we can always just say, hey, James White, I've got this problem. And James White will be on the end of the phone saying, well, I know Dan Wallace thinks that Father forgive them for they know not what they do. It should be in there. I don't think it should be in there. Just go with whatever. James White many times is all over the whole position is so bizarre. They've got the choose your own ending Bibles. They just do whatever they want with readings. How can Dan Wallace and James White, who are claiming to be on the same team, shoulder to shoulder fighting, against this enemy, but they're not in agreement on like Father forgive them, they don't know what they do. It's like that's a pretty big verse and a pretty well known verse just to throw in the bin. And Dan Wallace is like, no, it should be in there. And even if you listen to Peter Gurry, he's like, many times he'll just defend TR readings just to be different. And then he's like, if you want to go with the other reading, that's cool. Nah. You know, where James White's like, I want what Paul wrote. I want what John wrote. These King James guys, they would never want what the original Bible reading is. That they want tradition, and they want King James, and they want, you know, Ruckman, and they want Stephen Anderson. You know, that's what they want. You know, and it's like, I want what Paul wrote. I want what John wrote. But then you get, you know, Stephen Boyce. I challenged him, and Nate, and everyone in the world. It's pretty open. I'll debate you on Mark chapter 1 verses 2, where it says prophets or the prophet Isaiah. And Stephen Boyce is like, nah, I don't really care. The reading can go either way for me, it doesn't matter. When James White's like, I want what Mark wrote. You don't want what Mark, I want to know what he wrote. You know, and Stephen Boyce is like, when he's challenged, I don't really care. Yeah, Peter go, who cares?
So, we're already 17 minutes in. We haven't even talked about the debate yet. How did this debate even get started? Because I'll be honest with you, I've never heard of the guy you debated. I've just and then you said you spent hours listening to this guy. I need to know how you survived that.
It was not easy. I listened to a lot of sermons and debates and things like that. That's just how I'm wired. But it was not easy. I would have to force myself to listen. And I didn't even get all the way through 18 episodes because I listened to, he has a podcast that he's featured on, and I didn't make it through that. But I listened to enough of his sermons to where I reached a point where he wasn't ever saying anything new. And he didn't say anything new that I hadn't heard in the debate, which was why I was so prepared for the debate with him. So,
you had your nice notebook. That was somebody. Seriously, somebody. Right? I did hear enough of the audience questions. Somebody took a shot at you because
she did.
Well, can you answer that without using your notebook?
That was maybe my favorite part of the whole debate. That was hilarious.
I'm not sure how many other people caught that, but I sure did. I was cackling when I heard that one. It's like, whoa, take a shot there. Yeah,
it's preparation
your plastic
is
gizmo.
a bad thing.
Being prepared. How dare you? You know.
Yeah, and anti-intellectualism is definitely a problem in the circles I grew up in, and this debate proved that it was still a real issue. But so we did 4 episodes back to back, recorded them all in one day. I'm sure you know what that's like. I spent about 9 hours in the studio with Mark Ward, who I've become friends with, and he did 4 episodes with us. And he has a real heart for people in the IFB, and so he
senses that there are customers. It's like Mark Ward is like, oh man, have you ever met someone who's like, you've just got to have positive thinking. Don't think anything negative. And isn't it a lovely day? The sun is shining. Isn't that true? You know, it's like the most annoying, people who are the exact opposite of what they're actually trying to be. Like, someone who's just trying to be positive all the time. They're actually the most toxic people to be around. Mark Ward is like, he basically, all he does is say things that King James people know and have known for years. Like Trinitarian Bible Society, they bring out a booklet that has 700 archaic and obsolete words and their meanings. And so it might just have, a word and, halt, like Mark Ward keeps going on about, how long halt you between two opinions. So it would have, these definitions in there. And so the Defined King James Bible, this is what D.A. Waite has been bringing out, since the 90s. And he says, if you struggle with these words, we have the Defined King James Bible where we have those meanings of those words that you might struggle with in the margin, a synonym. So you can think about that. And, obviously, yeah, he doesn't get it 100% accurate all the time, but it's like he does a pretty good job. And so Trinitarian Bible Society, that would cover pretty much most of the Reformed groups. D.A. Wade, that would cover pretty much the independent fundamentalist Baptist groups. And it's like, what's left? And then Mark Ward comes along and he's like, oh, these King James people don't realize that some of their words are old. And it's like, dude, they've been talking about this since before you were born. So the issue is, it's Westcott and Hort were to update the King James. They slipped in this new, never seen before Greek text that is filled with error. It has 2,900 less words. It has 8,000 changes in it. They use Unitarians to do this as well, which doesn't seem to be anything that James White ever wants to deal with, or Stephen Boyce, or Nate. They don't want to talk about those things because why let the facts get in the way of a good story? Or what they'll do is they separate themselves from Westcott and Hort. Like, we've got the Bible today. So, okay, so the Nissel Allen United Bible Society text, Carlo Martini, Bruce Metzger, Kurt Allen, Matt Black. You're going to go with these guys? You're going to defend these people? Oh, no, we don't have to defend them either. So basically what's happened is they have a Unitarian text. And so Unitarianism was huge in England. And Unitarians helped put together the Westcott and Hort text. Even to the point where a Unitarian called George Van Smith, he actually wrote a book saying he is so glad Westcott and Hort have this new text because it helps him with his doctrines. Because things like 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 16 where it says God was manifest in the flesh, that's completely destroyed and says who appeared in a body. I mean, it has a predicate without a subject. It's the worst grammar in their whole Greek text. It's the worst solecism in their text. It totally destroys that verse. It takes out that Jesus is God. It's just who the greatest mystery of godliness, who appeared in a body. Hort said that Paul broke out into song there. He appeared in a body. He, just started singing. And so they, even in the New King James, they had the correct reading of God, but they put it in strophes, which is like a psalm. Because this is Hort's theory. Came out of thin air. He just invented this. See, James White's like, Beezer invented this in his mind. He did it. No. Study that through. Beezer didn't invent anything in his mind. He had a manuscript for Revelation 16:5 and all the rest of it. But why doesn't he talk about Hort inventing this hymn theory? And these guys go with, I've heard Nate and I've heard Stephen Boyce. They go with the reading of who appeared in a body. I don't think they even know why. But amazingly, James White in his book agrees with the TR reading and Dean John William Burgon's conclusions on it. It's like, so these guys probably think that James White's going to agree with the modern versions, but he doesn't. He agrees with the TR here. It's just all over the place. It's just a mess. Absolute mess. They don't want to deal with it. I'll debate these guys on these issues. They just pretend that these issues don't exist because they have to think. They have to think and they have to study and they have to know more than I know about it. And they have to work their way through things and they have to, get rid of their cognitive dissonance, and they don't want to do that.
He was real interested and followed up with us about getting on the program. And after that, Cody Zorn, the pastor who hosted the debate in his church.
So I'm actually going to put this on 2.5. Sorry, 1.25. Because it's just taking so long. And they're not really they're not really dealing with that much. It's just
a private message on Twitter, and I didn't respond fast enough. So he started heckling me, and I got back with him. I said, hey, man, I'm not like trying to avoid you. He was calling me a coward and all this stuff. I said, I'm not trying to avoid you. I'm just really, really busy right now. And I told him what was going on in my life. And he was like, well, I got a challenge for you boys. You said truth doesn't fear a challenge, which is something my co-host JC Grow says all the time. He says, truth never fears a challenge. He said, I've got a challenge for you. And I said, well, Cody, that doesn't mean that we're going to jump off of every cliff that everybody tells us to jump off of. He said, no, I've got a real challenge. He said, I want to.
So I bet if I challenge Nate right now to a debate on anything that he knows that I believe, I'd challenge him to a debate. I bet you he says, well, you don't just, if they all just say jump off a cliff, you don't do it. It'll be like, we're too busy, sort of thing. And so, I challenge this guy to a debate. I challenge James White. I challenge Stephen Boyce. Anyone. I'll debate you on anything. On any reading in the King James, I'll debate you on.
Challenge you boys to a King James Bible debate. I'm going to invite someone to debate you. And I said, well, two things I need to know. First of all, who I'm going to be debating. He let me know, and I looked him up and did a ton of research. And then I said, I need to know the rules and the format, and we're going to have to stick to that. So he sent me the rules, and I shared them with 3 or 4 of my buddies who are involved in things like this. And because I've never done a debate before, I've never been involved in anything, not even in high school, similar to this. I just listened to hours and hours and read a lot of books concerning that. So anyway, the questions were all 3 written, I believe, by Mitch, but by Mitch or by Cody. Right. And the questions.
Well, that was pretty obvious. They came from a particular perspective. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and everybody said you've got to change the questions, and I said no, I don't want to change the questions because I want to be able to point out the inaccuracies in the questions, and I want to go onto their turf and answer the questions, basically stand up for what I believe in on their terms. And I thought that was important because I do have a heart for these people, and I'm very thankful for how I was raised and for my parents. And so I wanted to be able to go in and answer them, agreed to that, and just started preparing and praying and meeting.
So just to let you know, I'm doing all the videos that are surrounding this debate. Then what I'm going to do is at the end, I'm going to go through the debate and just explain everything.
With a lot of guys and getting ready for the debate.
How much time did you have?
Had about 3 months.
3 months. Okay. That's sufficient amount of time. And so I assume this church isn't all that far away from you then, or what?
It's about 2 hours.
Oh, okay. All right. And about how many people were there? Because there was only one time in the video, right at the start, that there was an audience shot, and it was sort of fading out, at least in what was posted on YouTube. So it was hard to tell. And who was the loud, obnoxious Ehrman?
Oh,
I mean, it's not like he was within the first 2 rows.
Yeah, the first 3 rows on the right side from the stage was all preacher boys in 3-piece suits and ties, and they had their Bibles in their hand the entire time, and they were shouting it out. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. I'm used to that. I grew up in the camp meeting crowd, so that was completely normal, but I haven't been exposed to it for a while. And it was a little bit distracting, but thankfully I didn't really have to compete with a lot of shouts when I was talking.
Oh no, they didn't. You didn't get any. You didn't get any amens. Yeah. It didn't matter what you said. Even when you said stuff they'd agree with, it was stone silence.
Yeah, it's very silent. So there was about, I believe, 300 to 350 people there, and I would say about 80 or 90 of them were RFP family, followers of the podcast. And so I did have a section there, but they were spread out throughout the church, and they were a lot less vocal, but they were rooting me on and praying for me the whole time.
Yeah, I got a few little when you're done, but it was it wasn't quite the same as the other guy got. So, all right, so it sounded to me mainly from your comments, but then he would confirm it, that he takes the, in essence, re-inspiration position for the King James. So he's all the way over in the far extreme of the camp. A lot of the people that I've, in fact, you
notice the definition there. So he said, I would be King James preferred when I grew up, but these other guys are on that side of the camp. So, but we're all in the cult camp. You know what I mean? And so it's like, but he won't apply that to himself when he was younger, because those categories didn't exist when he was younger. He's made them up and they've become popular. And so, but the thing is, it's like, you're a more extreme form of King James version only. And so the more extreme ones are like Ruckman no, it's just, these guys just have wrong thinking. See, it's like saying, someone like Harold Camping is a more extreme form of pre-tribulation rapture concepts. And it's like, no, he's just wrong. he's not an extreme. Like, see, the thing is, being fundamentalist, being an extremist. If you're an extremist with the Bible, if you take Jesus's words and you're an extremist, you take them to the extreme. You'll just love people. You'll preach to everything that moves. You'll just be full on. You'll be like Jesus. You'll be like Paul. You'll be full on. Okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you can be a fanatical gardener and you're into it, and you have the best garden in the street. But these guys make out that if you're in the King James camp, if you become fanatical, you become like these guys. You know what I mean? And so this is the way that they've worded things. They've structured their side of the debate. So if you're in that camp, you will eventually become toxified. It'll get on you. You'll become toxic. So a bit like, with Justin Peters, who I was mentioning before, if you believe that God can still do miracles today and healing and things like that, well, you'll eventually end up at a Benny Hinn camp at some stage and him forehead slapping you and you've lost hundreds of dollars because you gave it in an offering to get healed or something. It's like, no, that's, he's just making out that they're all in the same group. And if you follow the logical conclusions and actually get excited about it, you'll end up like that. And so that's what they're saying about the King James only camp. You just eventually you'll be like a Ruckman Gippite, rippling even though you can spend someone like say Phil Stringer, he's written books against Ripplinger, he's written books against Ruckman, but he would just get thrown into the same camp. And it doesn't matter how far you separate from these people. You can never have even heard of these people. And when you do, you're like, oh, that's weird. And so you make a huge distance between yourself and them. But you're still in the same camp. And you'll become like them eventually, if you become fanatical. It's like, it's just the way that they word it. And it's deception. It's a huge deception. Instead of, no, I've got the position that the Bible Society originally had, that the King James is the words of God, and they were translating from the King James as well. And so the original Bible Society, they stopped doing that after Westcott and Hort came along with their new fandangled, never seen before, totally rejected by history Greek text, which, I asked these guys, where was your text in the Reformation? Where was your text throughout history? Or whole Byzantine, where was your text? In the Vatican Library, in the caves somewhere, in a monastery. It wasn't translated, it wasn't used, it wasn't everywhere.
Sort of had a list of the people that he doesn't view as Bible believers. Yes. And that included a lot of the big names. Did you say D.A. Waite? And
yes.
What about Sam Gipp? Where would he be with Sam Gipp?
I think he's pretty close to Sam Gipp. I've never heard him mention him negatively, but he's mentioned the Reformers. He's mentioned the Fundamentalists. He really goes after them. And I really, the whole point of our podcast is we really want to get back to what the Fundamentalist movement was about in the beginning. It was a unifying movement to bring people together in the body of Christ, and then it turned into a separatist movement. So, he goes after D.A. Waite and the guy that, I forget his name, but one of D.A. Waite's associates, he goes after him.
Probably Kurt DeVitro or Phil Stringer.
And just says, basically, they're not Bible believers. So I don't see how you can be a Christian and go to heaven if you're not a Bible believer. So even Textus Receptus, majority only, all of those positions, TR only, he just says they're not Bible believers. They don't go far enough for him.
Well, basically, James White in his grouping, he's like, okay, group one, the King James only movement likewise defies precise definition. One will find a range of beliefs within the broad category of KJV only. So he's saying it's a broad category. There's all these definitions, but it's still a category. So he's still putting this huge label upon a massive group that he's saying you can't really label them, but I'm going to do it anyway. We run the risk of offending individuals within the movement when we make broad generalizations. No, you do that to any group, James. If you're just going to call everyone in Texas hillbillies, hang on, I'm not a hillbilly. If you call everyone in California a lefty, it's like, well, you're broad brushing, which is just wrong. But such cannot be avoided completely. Hopefully, by defining the various positions found within the movement, we can help to focus attention upon important issues at stake. So notice he's saying this is within the group, within King James Version only. And if you talk to anyone, if I said to Nate, so do you think King James Version onlyism is a cult? Yes. If I talk to anyone, it's a cult. Get out of it. Mark Ward has videos how to get the family out of it. It's like, so group one is I like the KJV best. So that's like what James White was saying. I was preferred. Okay, so you're in the King James only camp then. He was saying I'm not King James only, but I was King James preferred. It's like, well, how come the whole group is King James only, but then when they get specific, only the Ruckmanites and maybe the D.A. Waite types, they're King James only. But then it's like, oh, no, they're TR only. And they're confused with the way that they've categorized everyone. And it's very deceptive. So I like the King James Version best. A group of individuals would believe that King James Version is the best single English translation available today. They might like the rhythmic beauty of the work as a whole, or upon its historical importance. So you just like the way it reads. You're in the King James only camp. The textual argument, you're like, okay, well, and even here he says there are a number of possible positions that fall within this one category. One group would strongly reject the term King James Version only, but believe that the Greek texts used by the King James Version translators are superior to those used by modern translations. They would be majority text advocates. This viewpoint asserts the best reading should be the one supported by consensus or majority. However, these individuals would also point out the majority text differs, blah, blah, blah. But he's putting in the textual argument, and then he's saying if you're basically Byzantine text, you're still within that King James only group, but you probably wouldn't want to be labeled that way, and you probably just get called majority text. But you're still in group number 2. Group number 3, received text only, TR only. Group number 4, it's an inspired King James Version group. And group number 5, the King James Version is New Revelation. So usually it's this group who they label as King James only. And the other ones, they don't usually, they say TR only or whatever, or KJV preferred. But then if you're just KJV preferred and you approach these guys, they say you're King James only. And so you just get thrown in the Ruckman bag. You see how deceptive that is? But that's what you expect from, leading apologists nowadays. You don't expect Christian values. You don't expect them to be honest with people. You don't expect these people to, look you dead in the eye and say exactly what is truth. You don't expect these people to believe the Bible that they're holding up and say, oh, we believe the Bible. That's the thing. James White will just lie to the camera. He'll just say, this guy believes this guy believes that, blah, blah, blah. He'll just say whatever comes to his head. And you're like, that's a lie. And you go to the nth degree to prove it's a lie. And people are just like, well, we don't really care. He's popular. He's got a good answer here. And we're just going to run with him. And so, anyway, what can I do about that? I can't change the fact that people love wolves. They tend to love wolves and hate true shepherds. But I guess they crucified Jesus and they loved the Sanhedrin. So it's like, what would I expect? But for that to be carried on today.
And it sounded like then for him, and he was a little bit careful how he responded to this, because you said he had been on a program with other people and they had tried to push back with him on it and stuff like that, but that he literally believes that you can't be saved out of any other English translation than the King James Version of the Bible.
Yeah, he preaches and teaches the corruptible seed argument, that any other version is corruptible seed. Any other line, he likes to talk about Alexandrian and Rome. He has this whole thing he does about 3 cities. Antioch is the good city, Rome and Alexandria are the bad cities. And then he just argues and only tells the bad points about the 2 cities he doesn't like, and only the good points about the city he does. And so...
and Nate rightfully points out that that's just stupid because, you can have good things come from Egypt, bad things come from Egypt. It depends on what time you're living in. And you can't always just put biblical definitions on a post-biblical world. I mean, you can have a, who knows, they could have a revival. I mean, it has been said by people in Bible prophecy that there will be a huge revival in Egypt. And so that's interesting. I think it was the Herald of Hope brought that out. But the thing is, um, God deals with individuals. See, God used to deal with nations. Now God deals with individuals, and so and you become part of the nation of God. When you become a Christian. But he's not like, okay, I'm dealing with this country and that country, or the people in Indonesia are just cursed. There's probably way more Christians in Indonesia than there are in America. I mean, when I was in Pakistan, the amount of Christians that were there is just through the roof. But the amount of professing people who say they're Christians in America, it's like, they all believe in Jesus and Donald Trump. And, you say, well, what about what he said about women and grabbing them by their private parts and stuff? Oh, yeah, he's a man of God. He's hallelujah for Trump. And, it's just like this strange, bizarre thing that when you become a president, you sort of, all your sins are forgiven and you're like a pope. And, I'm sure that if they really wanted to evangelize America, what they need to do is make every single person a president. Then they will all be Christians because it just seems anyone who becomes a president, Ronald Reagan, he can just lie straight to the camera and just say, we understand that, we totally destroyed Iran. 1953, we overthrew their government. We said they were a bunch of communists when they weren't, but they were trying to actually get their own money from their oil. Well, we wanted that for the CIA and we wanted it for the Queen. And, so years later, they had this revolution, because we installed the Shah and he was torturing people and basically, British Petroleum or the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, they were basically sapping out all the money and all the rest of it. So the Ayatollah rose up and then when the Ayatollah rose up, we had the revolution. We had to get Saddam Hussein to fight against him. So we're shaking hands with him, with Donald Rumsfeld, and then we've got the Ayatollah over there. But the Ayatollah's only got a bunch of American-made weapons and planes and all the rest of it. So he's going to need our help too. So what we'll do is we'll sell arms to him and to Saddam Hussein. So they're fighting against each other with American bombs, and the money that we're making from there is going to fight the Nicaraguan Contras. So the Iran Contra affair happened, and then Ronald Reagan's just said like never happened. And in the meanwhile, CIA cocaine import agencies just running rampant and cracks just going through the roof in America. But these things that have been happening, and people are like, Ronald Reagan is just he's a man of God, or he's amazing, and it's just like, as a foreigner, we just look at it and just go, this is just like Russia, or this is like a modern oppressive regime in South America. It's the government is just so corrupt. I mean, and these are the good guys. This is the Reagans, and this is the Trumps, and George Bush, and these guys are just they're they're gurus. I keep saying these critical text guys are the gurus, but these guys are sort of like untouchable. They sort of become popes, and it's just so bizarre. It's a crazy world out there. It's a crazy um, political situation when people can look at these leaders and just not see the lies that are coming out of their mouth, not seeing the rubbish, not seeing the corruption. But there's so many people saying that Donald Trump is a Christian, and his wife, who is a lesbian porn star, she says the Lord's Prayer on TV and everyone loses their mind. It's like, can't you see through these things, guys? Is there any discernment? But there's way more Christians in Pakistan, seriously. I mean, their numbers are up like 200 million people. I know they say there's only like 3% Christian, but there's so many Christians there. And the Christianity there is more vibrant. It's more full on. People are prepared to be persecuted. They do get persecuted. Where in the United States, it's like, oh yeah, praise the Lord, we love Jesus, and they can just live however they want. And, they basically count all these mega churches and Hillsongs and Joel Osteen, these churches as Bible believing. Most of these people are just New Agers. Their Christianity is just so poor, so lacking in any type of substance. But this is the world that we're living in, and unfortunately, this has crept into to apologetic circles. These guys don't seem to think that they've been invaded by this type of liberalism. But for me, I look at these guys as just liberals. I look at James White thinks he's a conservative. He gets on TV and says, "Hey, I'm a conservative guy. I believe in the Bible. I believe in prayer. I believe in this and that, and blah blah blah. I'm conservative. I think abortion's wrong." To me, he's a liberal, absolute liberal. But the problem is, a liberal to these guys now is like, someone who's just like, did Moses exist? I don't know. It's like, that's a liberal to them. Because the liberal used to have a higher standard. Now liberal is so low, it's almost like you can be Bart Ehrman and say, I still believe the Bible, and you're a pastor or something. And that's liberal, where, liberalism among these guys, it's like gutter level, where, and unfortunately, they're jumping from one team to the other. They're not jumping in the middle where the Bible is and just saying, okay, what's the Bible say about this? What does logic say about this? What is James White saying that is wrong? These guys are willing to point out where Ruckman's wrong or Ricklinger's wrong or whatever. Okay, do the study on where James White's wrong. That's what they really need to do. If they really want to be the recovering fundamentalists, if they really want to be, the church split and these other groups, where they're talking about all these issues, they need to question where they're getting their material from. Because, James White is getting his answers from the same grubby pond that Bart Ehrman is. Half the time, what James White, before he debated Bart Ehrman, said, I pretty much have said exactly what Bart Ehrman's saying, but I'm still coming from a believing perspective. And it's like, okay. I know Bart Ehrman, he says these other things like, especially nowadays. When Jesus Interrupted came out, it was different. But now he's got all these other books about, God and evil and all this other stuff. The question of evil. We used to just deal with textual criticism mostly. And he had a few weird stories about, Jesus getting angry when he healed someone. And it was like, okay, well, I know most people in textual criticism don't believe that, and blah, blah, blah. But, if you listen to the debates of James White and Bart Ehrman, Dan Wallace and Bart Ehrman, they're not disagreeing on the fundamental principles of textual criticism. These guys are all in agreement. In fact, these guys respect Bart Ehrman immensely. Their disagreement is with his conclusions. That if he goes, hang on, well, this Bible says this over here, and this other one says that, and this Greek text says this, and I just see confusion. So I go, equals, God must be wrong, therefore God's not God, and he probably doesn't exist. He actually takes it to a logical conclusion that contradictions, contradictory truths. These guys are like, all the Bibles are good. It's like, okay, so all the conservative Bibles are good. So then you put them together, and one says one thing, one says the opposite. It's like, well, they're fine with having, usually it's atheists who say, oh, that's your truth, where you can have all these different truths. These guys are like, well, yeah, you can have that reading and have that, like Stephen Boyce, I'm not really fussed about Mark chapter 1, verse 2. It can go either way. Nah. It's like, James White's like, I want what Mark wrote. I want what John wrote. I want, Don't these guys really care what Mark wrote? Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, I forgot what the question was. Sorry.
Yeah, no, but he seems to really emphasize this idea that he questions the salvation of anyone who would be saved by any other means than the King James Version of the Bible. So, I mean, I was just a young child and I only had a King James, so I guess I'm safe. But no, I realize he probably wouldn't go there. But still, I have over the years developed a distinction between King James preference, TR onlyism, majority text people, and then what I call cultic King James onlyism, where you
So you notice this. All the definitions that he has in here that he labels as King James, he's like, oh, over the years, I've made this distinction. It's like, but you call them all King James Version only, and then on your dividing line program, constantly people will say, I'm a TR only person, and you're like, yeah, but it's just like KJVO anyway. It's just King James Version only light, and things like that. So this is the thing. You'll be on one side with James White going, okay, and then you're on the other side agreeing with him. And so, hang on, he's saying the opposite things on different days. White men speak with forked tongue. White man here is, James White is lying. He is contradicting himself. And he likes to make out that he's doing this thing and having these categories, but then he just dumps everyone in the same bin on the way out the door,
You make it a part of the gospel. You make it as a mechanism of the gospel because it just removes you so far from anything that would be relevant in church history. I mean, for the first 1,500 years of church history, every Christian would look at you and go, "What? What are you talking about?" What?
That's because technology changed. I mean, you had a bunch of manuscripts. Everyone knew that there were, spelling things and differences in manuscripts and all the rest of it. But then when you have printing, you're sort of rubber stamping everything, and so it has to be accurate. If you're going to make it, 100,000 copies of a book, it's like, well, you better make sure that that's the correct reading. And so that's why there was this emphasis on getting everything corrected and everything absolutely true and right. And so he's just denying that history happened. He's just denying that the printing press came along, and then it took about 100 years for all those issues in Greek TR Bibles to get ironed out until the King James came along, and then it's like, well, they've nailed it. Okay, we can move on. And see, once they've nailed it, then they're like, it goes through a transition of like, okay, that's good, that's perfect, and then it's like, let's tinker with it. You know how it's like that old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They started tinkering with it, and now they just have this thing that's just like, chitty chitty bang bang, like it's just a mess. They have contradictions, they have solecisms, they have, it's an abortion. And even James White, I'm like, oh, okay, so you go with the National Alien United Bible Society text on 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10. No, I don't go there anymore. I go to Tyndale House. It's like they don't even want to stand behind their Greek text, let alone, this is like King James only. Can you trust the modern translations? Even when he had his debate with, or not debate, conversation with Stephen Anderson was like, okay, so in the NIV it has this reading and that reading. And James White's like, hey, don't think I'm going to defend every reading in the NIV here. He's like, oh, sorry, I thought that's what your book was about. And he's like, no, NIV is like a liberal Bible. And it's like, why are you defending it here? Except for the fact that probably someone's maybe giving you a bit of cash or something. It's like Bill Nye the Science Guy. It's like all of a sudden it's like, oh, let's defend, there's 96 genders, all this sort of stuff. And it's like, let's defend all these Bibles. Can you trust the modern translations? Yes, you can. And that's supposed to be the answer for this. And it's like, obviously there's a problem with that.
I mean, anybody before the printing press would have just no way of even understanding how you could even come up with where you're coming up with things. And then in your opening statement, now there was one point, the second question that was asked, the moderator got up after you both did your thing and said, neither one of you answered the question. And he was right about that. It seemed that both of you just sort of went, well, this is the second question, but we're just going to keep on going where we were going after the first question, to be very honest with you. But the whole thrust of his, well, you said in your opening statement, you were straight up front. You were like, my opponent says things, he throws stuff out about history that are just simply untrue. I mean, he just plays fast and loose with the facts. And man, I could not tell you how many times I was listening to him throwing stuff out there. And as a church history professor, I'm going, what are you talking about?
Well, why didn't they just call it, why do they call it King James Bible debate? I mean, most of this guy's stuff is just like bad history, weird, funny concepts, and with King James onlyism sort of tagged along. And I know, obviously they got together to debate the King James Bible, and this guy's brought up a whole bunch of stuff. But it's sort of like that seems to be, their main focus. Like, imagine if they just spent this whole hour just focusing just on one of the things that he said about German rationalism. Is that true? Or, 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16. Let's look at that. Or no, let's look at Westcott and Hort. Were they liberals, or did they hate the TR? Or some of the things that Mitch Knupp has said. Instead, it's like, no, let's focus on all just the bizarre and weird. You know what I mean? And so that's why I challenge these guys. I'll debate them on these specific details, but they don't want that because they're hoping that in my closet somewhere, I believe that aliens have landed in my backyard, and I believe in flat Earth or something. That if I came out with that sort of stuff, they would probably debate me because then it's easy for them. It's low hanging fruit. They can just keep bringing that issue up and not really deal with what's being said.
How do you get away with this? Don't you have any fear that somebody's going to check?
So you notice how many debate recaps has Nate done with James White and the church split and Stephen Boyce and like over and over and over going through this issue. Notice when I did the debate with Stephen Boyce, there's no one's touching it. No one's going to help. Let's talk about it. Let's go through it because it's in amongst what I'm saying. It's like I'm machine gunning to bits their position. And they don't want to deal with that. They don't want that parroted around the internet. Let's just pretend that really didn't happen. And I know James White's seen it. He actually recommended that people watch that because Stephen Boyce was doing a TR thing with him. And because he was believing that Stephen Boyce had sort of won a few points. So that's when I was like, okay, I'll make a bunch of videos showing where those points were wrong. And now it's like people, they're just not even talking about it. So it's quite interesting. The ones where it's just this weird, bizarre thing. It's like, let's talk about Gail Ripplinger and acrostic algebra. Let's talk about Peter Ruckman and blue-blooded aliens. Let's talk about this Mitch Knupp guy and, the 1942, 1943 Holocaust and all this stuff in Luke. And it's like, why don't you just deal with King James onlyism? Why don't you deal with these facts? Get Jeff Riddle and get me and get even Will Kinney. He might have this numerology thing or numerics or whatever, but I mean, most of the time he doesn't bring that up, and most of the time he's just dealing with fact. There's probably 20 guys, probably 30 guys I could get who would debate you on any one of these topics and win easily. But you don't want to debate them. You want to go for the low hanging fruit. It's so much easier. You don't want to do recaps on the debates that you guys are exposed in. And when you guys do, like I noticed that Explain International came on board, and they were doing a few recaps on the James White debate, and I think realistically they were doing that just trying to milk the fact that they've had this huge debate. Let's milk the fact that we've got a lot of people interested at the moment, and they'll want to watch these things. But you don't find it's like this, where they're just constantly going through and bring it up. It's like, because it makes James White look bad. Those debates made James White look like an idiot. Made him look like he would just he had no consistent methodology. He's claiming we don't, but it made him look like he has no real consistent methodology. He was just like, how can you defend the last 12 verses of Mark being thrown out? It's like it's almost like you coming against like 99% of all Christianity, Christian history, then 99.9% of all the texts, and it's how do you defend that? You know,
check out what you're saying, because it's either just completely fallacious or it's so one-sided, and you're ignoring so much counter-argumentation in your application, your conclusions, that it's astonishing. I guess he just has to trust that there's such that strong fundamentalist fear instilled in people. They're not going to check him out. They're not going to go and find out, hey, he was just completely off on what he said.
Yeah, and he's been traveling for over 44 years, doing conferences, presentations at small independent Baptist.
See, this is the thing with James White too. Like, they're pointing out that Mitch is just making up this stuff on the fly. Well, James White brings up all these anecdotes about Erasmus and his rush to print, and someone made a manuscript to order for him, and Erasmus just had he back translated into Latin the last 6 verses of Revelation, and just all these stories that are easily disproven. But he would just continually run with them, and I'm like, I'll debate you on that. I'll debate you on that. I'll debate you on this, and then he just blocks me. It's like, okay, obviously you're not into debating anymore, or these guys are just not into debating strong opponents. And sometimes they might stumble into a situation where there is a very strong opponent, but it's like most of the time they love this type of stuff. The half illiterate King James defender.
Churches all across the country. And I think for probably the first 20 years he did this, the internet really wasn't an option, and most people couldn't get their hands on the books that he could get his hands on. So I don't think a whole lot of people pushed back on what he said. They just took it for granted. I've listened to some conferences he's done where he's claimed some absolutely crazy things, even worse than he did in the debate. And literally nobody asked questions. They just amened him. So I think the age we live in now, he mocked me for using the internet, and I'll completely accept that and own that, but I'm not sure he even fully understands what we have access to.
Well, yeah, and of course, yesterday someone memed that and put up what he said, and said that you owned the internet with your response, which after he said what he said, I don't have the internet, and your response was, you might want to get it. Because it was quite true. Where he was coming from was...
See what I mean? They're prepared to do all the recaps on the guy who doesn't have the internet. I mean, might as well debate an Amish guy or a Mennonite or something. It's like
just so far off. It wasn't even. Well, I want to give folks a taste so that they'll go listen to the debate. I want to give them a taste of. I think this is. I'm not sure if this is his first rebuttal, but you've just sat down and here he comes, and I think this gives everybody somewhat of a flavor. And I'm going to have to resist the temptation to not be stopping and starting going saying that's crazy, but I want people to hear it. And if he does say something that I just really have to comment on, then I'll do it. But let's listen to a little Brother Mitch responds.
Inspiration is not only a Bible doctrine, so is preservation. If God did not preserve his word, what was the use in inspiring it to begin with?
See, the thing is, what he just said there would come against the whole concept of re-inspiration. He's like, okay, it's been inspired from the beginning and it's been preserved and we have it today. And so, but it seems like James White has reinvented the concept of inspiration, that if you go, okay, we've perfected, we've got the preserved words and we've put it into one place, then you're re-inspiring. No, you've just compiled. And, that's what happened with Textus Receptus. It's like, it's just been compiled accurately, and it's like, that's it, we've nailed it, and that's apparently re-inspiration now, But I don't know. This guy might have said other things elsewhere. He says some pretty weird things all around the place. But yeah, it just, I'm not sure. See, I don't trust what James White says or Nate. I don't trust either one of these guys. I think that James White says so many things that are wrong. It's to the point where if James White said it, I have to fact check it. That's what it's coming down to now. Like I used to be like, oh yeah, no, he's really good on Mariolatry, and no, he's actually really good on Islam, and he's really good. Now I'm just like, I'm backpedaling, going, actually, I need to check everything. I need to check just some of the stories that he's saying if they're true, or he's just a compulsive liar.
My dear brother keeps saying the originals, the original. He don't have the originals. Neither does anybody else. Even that long-tenured Hebrew and Greek professor at the average Bible college. He doesn't have the originals. Many of your Bible colleges around this country are using Thayer's lexicon, Greek lexicon, to overthrow the authority of your King James Bible. And Thayer, according to Baker's book publication of his work, didn't believe in the blood atonement, the deity of Christ. He didn't believe the inspiration of the Scripture. Why do you want to convert or consort a lost man for authority on your Bible? Wilhelm Jusinius, who was a German rationalist, was responsible for the Hebrew definitions. All Hebrew work in those days in Strong's Concordance was a German rationalist, didn't even believe in the deity of Christ or the blood atonement. Neither did any other German rationalist. Why do you want to consult a source that blasphemes your Bible?
So let's.
And I would agree with that. I would agree that Vines had such an impact upon the New King James that the vast majority of errors in the New King James are to do with the redefinition of words that agree with Vines. And Vines, most of the time, got his redefinition of words, of Greek words, from the Revised Version. And so, German rationalism, Jusinius, these guys had bizarre cultic ideas many times. Many people of that generation were Unitarians. The Jehovah's Witnesses love it when you bring out the Strong's Concordance, because they're like, wow, this will agree with a lot of what we believe, because there was so much Unitarianism back in England in those days, and it was influencing the United States, and that whole era was tainted with Unitarianism. So Unitarians basically don't believe in the Trinity, don't believe in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And so if you don't understand the influence of Unitarianism, or basically the Bible Society started in 1804, guys like William Wilberforce and a bunch of other people got together and they started it. By 1831, they had to, a group broke away from the Bible Society called the Trinitarian Bible Society. So why are they called the Trinitarian Bible Society? Because they emphasized the Trinity, where what had happened, the Bible Society become so infiltrated with Unitarians that even when they will pray in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, they get booed. When they mentioned things like Jesus being God, and they would get booed. And so this is at their conference meeting where they had this huge, big problem. And so they started the Trinitarian Bible Society. So what have you got left when... Well, I think it was about 3,000 starting members of the Trinitarian Bible Society. So what have you got left in the Bible Society when a lot of the Trinitarians leave? You basically got the Unitarian Bible Society. It had already sort of headed that way. And so that's why you see throughout that whole era, Caspar Rene Gregory, Ezra Abbott, George Van Smith, who worked with Westcott and Hort, and other Unitarians worked with Westcott and Hort as well. So these guys had their input into the text, and they anything Trinitarian, they frowned upon anything Trinitarian, anything to do with the deity of Christ. They didn't like that. And so that has impacted a lot of, Thayer's and, a lot of history, even Encyclopedia Britannica. If you look up the earlier editions and look up the Trinity, it'll just say, this is a doctrine not taught in the Bible. It's like, okay, it's not taught in the Bible, apparently. It's because there are just so many Unitarians of that era. Now, we don't seem to see that much anymore. We see it in Jehovah's Witnesses and Christadelphians and things like that. But it's these guys basically are defending a Bible text that is from an era of Unitarian influence. So they might be Trinitarian in their doctrine, but they are defending a Unitarian text. Just as much as if we were to get, say, the Clementine Vulgate and say, I'd say, oh, that's the Catholic Bible, you know. But then if Jehovah's Witnesses were defending that, you know what I mean? It's like these guys have a Unitarian text. They might be Trinitarians, but they're like, we're defending this text. And that's why we're like, well, there's so many verses about the Trinity that are gone. And they're like, well, we've squeezed a few back in there, you know, John chapter 1, verse 18 and these other ones.
A couple things there that I want to look at. If he did not preserve, why inspire? So why in the world does he believe that the Bible had to be, in essence, re-inspired?
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing. I wouldn't trust either one of these guys that this guy really believes that, because many times these guys are pointing out that they believe that it was re-inspiration and all this stuff, when it's not. Re-inspiration means that God just did it all again. You know, just like John and Luke, that what they wrote was just inspired. And so and James White tries to put Theodore Beza in that category with the King James guys with the conjectural emendation and all this sort of stuff. And so they have this sort of story that they want to run with, and they squeeze the facts into those stories. And then they just confuse themselves. And then years later, they're like, well, yeah, they can't even, because they've lied so much, they can't even remember how they've ended up like thinking that these guys, believe in re-inspiration, because it's all over the place.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If there's got to be a mechanism of preservation that you can demonstrate historically, he doesn't even try. He, in essence, is saying, well, it was re-inspired between 1604 and 1611. That's your final authority. You don't need to look at Greek manuscripts.
So where does he actually say it's re-inspired? So this is the thing where I would challenge Nate on that, because he's the one saying, he believes in re-inspiration. We're sort of trusting a lot of what Nate says. I listened to this sermon and he said this, he said that. But when you go through his Stephen Boyce, Nathan Cravatt recap of the debate, many times there are things that he's pausing and going, I'm pretty sure he said this, and he goes back and is like, oh, sorry, I got it wrong there. And that's what I find these guys they'll just say things like that. Well, you've got to be really careful. You've got to be careful of just pigeonholing someone into, they believe in re-inspiration, and then that becomes the official. No, I'm not saying that he's wrong here or right here. I'm just saying that I just don't trust that these guys have done that type of homework, that they're that careful. And James White will just trust what Nate's saying about it. So we saw that with the TR issue with Stephen Boyce and James White, when Stephen Boyce brought up that Theodore Beza had, after he died in 1605, the guys who were publishing his text, they brought out an edition in 1611 that didn't have the reading of Revelation 16:5 in it, that's in the King James, and that was in his former editions. And then James White's just like, see, and started arguing about that. And I've totally disproven that. What I've shown is they actually just printed, they did a rerun of the 1565 edition that Beza did, which was his first Greek edition. It was his second one with annotations in it. So it's considered his second edition, because the first one was Latin in 1556. But James White just ran with that. Oh, he's got this other edition, blah, 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 blah. And just, I was like, these people, how do you deal with that? These people, they don't want truth. They don't want it. And he just ran with the whole thing. And it's like, you really got to fact check what these guys are saying all the way through, because it's just so filled with error. And many times they have a false concept. Firstly, they have false Bibles. Then they got false concepts. Then they got anecdotes of Erasmus and King James translators. And they got these pile upon pile upon pile of error. And then they'll just say these little things here and there about people in this day and age that are just wrong. Now, I'm not saying that Nate's wrong or right on this. I just don't trust that he has done the homework to say that Mitch Knupp is correct or not. And so
You don't need to look at the Hebrew manuscripts. You don't have to listen to the King James translators. You don't have to look at Erasmus. You don't have to look at the process, the source, the history. Just disconnect all of it, and this is your final authority. So why even bother to say that he preserved it? Because if it had to be re-inspired, that he doesn't believe it was preserved anyways.
And so I'm pretty sure that James White doesn't know whether or not this guy's inspired or not, or believes in re-inspiration or not. He's just trusting in what Nate is saying. And so the problem is, I've seen that with Stephen Boyce. James White will just go, "Oh, this guy's an expert. I'm just believing what he said," and then they run with these things, and they it's unnecessary. And I really wish that I was on this program and just said, "Hey guys, so how do you know that he believes in re-inspiration? Where can I see a little bit of that, or whatever, or even look it up later and fact check it? You know what I mean?" But who knows? Who really knows what Mitch Knupp believes? But this has probably been seen by like 20,000 people, and they'll just say that now. There's other weird things that I don't agree with Mitch Knupp about, but maybe he doesn't believe in re-inspiration at all. But it's just another slander. It's just another wrong thing,
Yeah. And the problem with their position is they have a very, very weak position on preservation.
They do.
And I couldn't get them to see this because he does not believe that God preserved his word in the original languages. Nobody claims that we have the originals, but
Right.
God preserved his word through copies of copies of copies throughout the centuries, as he always has. And I believe, as you do, that we still have access to these
Right.
through fragments and different things, manuscripts that we can.
And so, what Mitch Knupp was saying, and he emphasized this, was he would say in the extant manuscripts. So extant means all the manuscripts that we have today with us, that exist today, not all the manuscripts that we've ever had. We've only got like a small percentage, probably like, I would say even like 2% or 5% of what we had. I mean, even just from the Reformation to today, we've lost so much. I mean, let alone 2,000 years. And so these guys, many times they're just looking at a few scraps here and there, and they're making these huge, big conclusions about everything. And so someone like Mitch, he's just saying, well, I don't think that what we have today is even what we had back in 1611, let alone in 1611 what they had back then, sort of thing. It's like they had enough to get them the Bible in what we have today in the Textus Receptus, what we have in the King James. And so he's not a TR person, but and so he's saying, okay, it's preserved in the King James, but the thing is, it's like he was clear that he's talking about extant manuscripts. So these guys are like, oh, what we have today is like the preserved Word of God and all this. It's like, well, we believe that I could piece together the Textus Receptus. I could piece together the Masoretic text from what we have today. But back then they would have had so much more. And there's been so much destroyed. And that's the point that he's making. It's like, well, it's, the delivery is different now. I mean, just say, tomorrow they did a Bible drive and they burnt all of our Bibles and they're all gone. Well, we still have it on the internet. And that's the thing. It's like, there might be a few spatterings of books around here and there, but it's like, or a few pages here and there. It's like, wow, I found a page, But it's like, it's not what they say. One good example is Complutensian and Polyglot. They made 600 in their first edition. Now, 1522, that gets brought out, and there's 600 there, but today we only have 123 left. So that's basically about a 500-year period. So it's very good to do the maths with, because you're looking at like 20% left over 500 years, and that's the final 500 years of, say, if you were to divide the last 2,000 years into quarters, the final 500 years, you got 20% left. So imagine the 500 years before that. something written in the 10th century, how much of that would be left? Just so they made 20 copies of something, how many would be left, or maybe one? If they had 600 manuscripts, how many would be left of that? Well, in the year 500, maybe 100 or so left from that. And we're talking about material that would break down, and vellum and papyrus and stuff that would rot, stuff that you just sit on a shelf and it would just fall to pieces. And so, so that's got to be taken into consideration, that he was talking about extant manuscripts that we have today.
Look at, and he does not believe that God preserved his word in the original languages. So re-inspiration is necessary for his position. And if God couldn't get it right the first time, then why are we going to trust God's plan B?
Because it is plan B. And when he said he doesn't have the originals, he was confusing your discussion of the original languages and the fact that the King James translators, they were translating the original languages. They utilized Erasmus and Stephanos and Beza, and they had the Hebrew. They're translating these printed editions of these original language texts without confusing those specific texts with the originals. Yeah. So the reason I stopped it eventually was because the thought that crossed my mind was, especially in the audience questions, when they were sort of goading each other on, in essence, with the questions they were asking, was a communal celebration of utter ignorance. That's what it was. It was we are celebrating the fact that we will not listen to any other perspective, and we will not engage any other perspective in any meaningful fashion, and we will encourage one another to just yell, "Amen!" Whenever we feel threatened. And it almost seemed to me that it was getting louder because the threat was getting greater. So we just got to yell louder to try to convince ourselves we actually still believe this stuff, because we really don't know how to give an answer to all this type of thing. And it was sad to hear people doing this kind of thing.
Yeah, he could straighten you out on some of what you just had to say about the King James and how they referred to a lot of Beza's work and Erasmus' work. He actually believes that there was a TR that existed that was perfect, that they literally just translated word for word, and then it burned up in the London fire.
I heard him say something about that. Yeah. Where does this mythology come from? Because I'm not sure. Just the marginal notes demonstrate that's not the case. I mean, it's obvious. I brought that up, but he didn't have any answers for that, and he also didn't have any answers for the fact that he claimed that there's no difference from the 1611 and the 1769. And I read about.
So, just for that first issue, I mean, obviously, if you have 60 translators and they're all working on a text, they all have to be in agreement about which Greek text they're using. So they, regardless, and so I often call this the Greek text that they made that they never printed, because if you've got even 10 people in your committee and you get to Luke chapter 2 verse 22, it's like their purification or her purification. Which one are we going to go with? Oh, we're going to go with this. And so they would have had to have known those intricate things about, the differences in Beza's text and Stephanos' text and Erasmus' text and Hutter's polyglot and the other editions. And so they were going through all those, and they would have had to have compiled a list of like, okay, well, we're going with Beza except for these little places here and there. So what Mitch has said is absolutely true. Now, whether that ended up in a document somewhere, it would have had to have been known, because, or else they would have sent their material off to another company and they're like, hang on, they're not going with it. They would have had to have an agreement on a text. And so the thing is, there is, Timothy Berg's quite big on this, but also there's a book that you can get, was brought out in 2011, I'm pretty sure, and it's the book basically, and it's got the marginal notes, or I think it's of John Boyce, Bois, and say Luke 2:22, he puts in their purification. And so, but that might have just been, okay, well, I'm reading through this and I've written it there. It doesn't necessarily mean that was a reading. See, what these guys would do, they then sit around and brainstorm and go, perhaps he was doubting that reading and thought, I really want to put in their purification instead of her purification. And, I want to do that, but these other guys don't want to do it. They just make these stupid stories up about, fragmentary evidence of a marginal writing. Someone just wrote in the margin, and they were saying, that was an alternative reading and all this sort of stuff. And so I actually went back a page, because you could sort of look on the back page of that, and because this is in one of the 1602 Bishop's Bibles, and there was another marginal reading. I looked it up, and it wasn't in the margin of the 1611, and it wasn't in the reading. And so some of them were in, some of them were out. It's like, who knows what was going through that guy's head? Maybe he's just like, oh yeah, I've just got to remember that's an issue there. That's an issue there. Who knows what he was writing there? Whether it's for marginal notes, whether it was for the main text, or whether it was just a point that someone had brought up in his dealings with other people, or whether it was like, someone's got a complaint about that. Oh, we'll write that there. Who knows? There's probably 20 different things that it could be, but these guys go to the lowest thing. Oh no, he wanted it in the text, and he was fighting for it. And the last few guys who did the overview of the King James, they probably changed it, and they were probably, really Catholics in their heart, but they were in the Church of England, some homo, James, King James, and it's like they just have these weird stories. They just get weirder and weirder and weird. And then after a few years of just parroting this sort of stuff, these guys actually believe their own rubbish that comes out of their camp, and it just becomes gospel. And unfortunately, the marginal note thing in italics is just like, it's next level deception among these guys, And James White's like Rick Norris and Doug Kudelik and Timothy Berg's jumped right into that camp as well, and that's why they're like, we really respect Timothy Berg, because he's milked every single one of these things for everything that it's got, in a sense where there's so much rubbish that he can get out of it. He can milk these issues for everything it's got, And so I did a whole thing on the marginal note article that Timothy Berg brought out. I'll just prove that these guys think that they're alternative readings. And the King James guys are just sitting around scratching their head and like, we don't know what to put in. Well, we will just go with this then, and as if the margin is just as strong as the main reading and all this sort of stuff. And so anyway, I've just got a couple of notes here. Hudson TD777, how you doing? It is not the text critic that believes in re-inspiration, because they found an older, better manuscript that nobody believed in throughout history. That's a really good point. Here are these guys like, oh, they believe in re-inspiration. What idiots, and all this. And we're like, we've got this detailed, Byzantine, like 5,000 Byzantine manuscripts, We've got this detailed thing, and church writings and all the rest of it going all the way through. Then you got TR editions and annotations written down. You got commentators. You got translations made. Tyndale, almost as soon as Erasmus did an edition, it's like, Luther did one. Then a couple of years later, Tyndale did one. And then it's just edition and edition. And then just TR editions coming through. And so you can follow these editions all the way through the King James. Manuscript evidence, them talking about it in their annotations, them talking about Syriac, them talking about Arabic, them talking about Ethiopic, them talking about all these different things. And then you get the King James, and it's like they're amending a few things. It's like, that's it, re-inspiration. But here are these guys like, where's Vaticanus been all this time? Well, apparently Erasmus, he looked at it and said it was basically back translation from the Latin, so he rejected it. So did John Mill in 1707. He said it was a back translation from the Latin, and he didn't like it. But then, before that, we don't know where it was. It's just been apparently hanging around for like 1,000 years, without anyone translating and really knowing much about it. And James White's like, there's this direct line, P75 to Vatican. It's just like, yeah, this direct line it's look, just type in Taylor de Soto, P75, Vaticanus, and Stephen Boyce, and you'll get an article by Taylor de Soto, and it just goes through all that. So after the end of that, you're like, is this direct line? It's ridiculous. But do your own homework on that. And, so where was their Bible? And, Sinaiticus has come out. And the thing is, they still don't do just direct translations for Vaticanus or Sinaiticus because they're so bad. They had to amalgamate these together to get any comprehensive readings. I mean, many times it's all over the place. So they're borrowing from each one of them, like, oh, this is the oldest, no, this is the oldest, oh, this one can overlap that one, but they still have to go to the Byzantine text, the TR type text, to many times get locations, because you'll find that Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are really bad with locations. They're all over the place. You have this swine marathon where the pigs get cast out, they end up 30 kilometers somewhere. And it's like, you have strange, bizarre numbers coming up. You have genealogical lists that are sort of like have these other people in it. It's like, who are these guys? And just all over the place. And so they believe that Westcott and Hall got together and sort of have re-inspired it. So the thing is, they're like, oh, we believe the inspiration happened back in the day, but preservation still today. It's in the manuscripts there. But if they were to put it all together, then they would sort of become the guys who re-inspired the Bible. You know what I mean? So they can't actually finish what they're doing because their own principles are like, no, we have to keep it open-ended, because if we go, okay, that's it, like the ESV guys did a few years back, and everyone was like, what? That's it? It was just ridiculous. And they came out a month later and said, oh, no, it's not. That's why they can never finish. They can never finish getting their Bible together. They can never really figure it out, even though since the papyri, there hasn't been any huge, big discovery that's changed everything, Even the papyri didn't change that much, really, since Vaticanus and Sinaiticus were put together with Westcott and Hort. But it's like, they still can't get it together. That's what I'm like, well, can you get it together and put it in one volume? Can you figure out which readings in the apparatus should be in the main text? Or, so many times they apply their methodology onto the King James guys. They project that onto them and say, oh, the marginal notes are just like the apparatus or something. It's like, no, it's not. At least learn these things. If you're going to be writing books called the King James Only Controversy, at least learn these basic things. Anyway, so then he goes on and says, Mitch Knupp says there's no difference from the 1611 to the 1769. Print errors. And I mean, if you go through lists, if you just look at these things, these print errors were cleared up. And so I heard Stephen Boyce said he's got 15 in a list. Now, when I debated Stephen Boyce, I actually contacted him on Facebook and I said, have you got any other places where you believe the King James Version is wrong? And he sent me like this list, and I was like, are you serious? Because I've been online debating this stuff for forever. Some of the debate groups I run have like 7,000 people in it. And, for years there, I guess my one was the main debate group on Facebook for all these issues. And then I started speaking against Stephen Anderson. I've got 400 people left like that. I was like, oh, whoops. But I'm glad I said it. He's a psycho. But, at the end of the day, these guys just don't know that much. I was looking at Stephen Boyce's list and going, man, is that all? Easter's wrong. It's like, oh no, have you read my stuff? Oh, I don't agree with it. Okay, so is there a reason you don't agree with it, or I don't agree with that. I'd show him KJV Today article. What about this? Been through that, don't agree with it. Not like, oh, it was specifically this and that, because I'm used to that type of level, even among TR people. We still go, oh, this is the reason that I think that it should be in. Other people are like, well, this is the reason I think it should be in, but they come from different angles, or even we'll debate James Snap, or with Elijah Hickson online, and but these guys are just sort of like, it's real simpleton stuff. And so anyway, the whole thing, 1611, 1769, it's like, oh my gosh, you're going there? I mean, after have they heard of a guy called Will Kinney, who's sort of like, or even Bible Protector? I actually interviewed him recently, and it's like, man, go through the work that he's done. Like, he's got, even Gail Ripley clears these things up. It's like, come on, guys, please.
About 14 of them, the biggest differences, and he never even addressed that. And based on his position, his Bible is a perversion,
right?
Because of what I showed, and he just absolutely did not address it. I have had multiple people reach out to me and tell me that was a point that swayed them over. Many people told me, you won't convince anybody. And my good friend Timothy Berg said, you won't convince anybody on the stage. He said, but there are going to be a lot of people listening that you may be able to sway. And I have heard from many, many of them. And some of them said, hey, you've made me think. And some of them said, I've had to walk away from the only position, even though I still prefer the King James Version. So praise the Lord for that.
Almost definitely.
But people are like, I left the only position because a guy who believes that you shouldn't have the internet. It's like, is this a top TR guy? Is this a top KJV guy? It's like, with the best argumentation. Now, I'm sort of surprised that Mitch does have some good argumentation, but it's like, why would you leave a position with someone with such low-hanging fruit? Like, it's like someone debunking Harold Camping, and you're like, I have to leave the pre-tribulation movement because Harold Camping got debunked. It's like, if you don't know who Harold Camping is, he's the guy who predicted that Jesus would come back in 1988, and then he wrote a book the next year, 1989. It was like, and just ridiculous, but you don't make your judgments according to those things. You study these things through, you work on them, and you always question your position as well. You don't just go, okay, I've arrived. Someone else comes along with a new methodology or a new way of looking at things. You go through them and you make decisions, and not just people. I was swayed against the onlyist position. Because of a guy who doesn't have the internet, who believes that the Jews are prophesied in Luke 1942, and it's like, I mean, seriously, how easily, James White's like, I get all these people all the time come up to me in conferences and say, oh, you delivered me from that movement and all this. It's like, seriously, if you can deliver people that easily, if they are believing that sort of stuff, and they're all you have to do is just have some guy who doesn't even have the internet to just say a few things, but the thing is, it's like and it's going to be interesting to actually go through the whole entire debate, because I'm going to look at everything that Nate said, and we're going to examine it, and I'm going to hold him accountable to what he said, because he might be just debating against this King James only guy and see it as a fundamentalist thing. This guy's dangerous and all the rest of it. I'm not saying whether I would never sit under Mitch Canupp's ministry. To me, it's just weird. But and good on Nate for standing against some of this weird fundamentalist stuff. But it's like he's throwing out the baby with the bathwater left, right, and center, and he has to be held accountable for that.
Definitely, yeah, and that's been my experience for decades now. My intention in writing the book wasn't to convert Gail Ripplinger. I can guarantee you that. You have listened to our encounter, right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, over and over again. Just like, I mean, the amount of weird people who I've met who are critical text guys, I could talk about that all day, and just the strange concepts that they have, and but it's like, it just seems like the default go-to position. Let's just talk about their personality, and let's talk about something weird that's not really to do with the King James, or not really to do with the Textus Receptus or anything. It's like, in other words, don't deal with what they're really saying about the issue. let's just deal with these secondary issues.
Everything I could get my hands on, I've listened to and read.
Well, that was, I can still remember that radio studio to this day. And I am the very last person she ever engaged in that way. From that point on, my understanding is
why.
Yeah, well, yeah. I understand that she would send the questions ahead of time, and you're only allowed to ask those questions. And yeah, that's why Kent Hovind, as soon as he got out of prison, made a beeline for Gail Riplinger's house. That's anyway.
Oh boy.
But then to hear stuff like Thayer's Greek lexicon. I mean, what century does he live in? Yeah. I mean, I suppose I have Thayer's someplace in accordance, someplace, but Bauer, Donker, Art, and Gingrich is the standard today, and I'm sure he would go after every single one of them too. But again, you go, okay, so only Christians. So is that how he gets around Erasmus?
I assume, I asked him those questions and he did not answer. I just think I think he has enough sense to know for his position to work, he has to claim there was a perfect text out there that the King James was translated from. He cannot abide that they went with Beza in one place and right. Erasmus and Stephanus in another place. And even the Bishop's Bible and Lord help us, the
Geneva Bible.
The Latin Vulgate. I mean, Latin they went Vulgate, that end. Yeah. So I had things printed off and showed to them and pointed out where they went with different readings, and there's just no answer.
Yeah, it's absolutely hilarious that like Mark Ward, Stephen Boyce, Timothy Berg, and these guys have gotten together, and on Mark Ward's site, they've got Appendix E, which is like this, differences between Stephanus and Beza. And it's a 59 or 60 list. And many times, Scrivener, he puts this table of Latin Vulgate readings. And, I mean, seriously, you're going through, it's a Latin Vulgate reading because they have Beelzebub instead of Beelzebul. No, one of the rules for the translators was they were to go with names that were already well established in England. And so if you had the word Paul, if they knew Paul as Paul, you don't go with Paulos, because some versions had tried to do that and they've just gone off into weird, strange lands. And so it's Paulos was going to be translated as Paul. Petros is, Peter. And so they can't just deviate and just have, like, say, James is going to be James. It's not Jacobus or Jacob or whatever. It's going to be James, And so they understood this, and they were pretty staunch with it. That, like, the King James guys, they even went with, Joshua at a certain stage. They called him Jesus. And so I'm not against that being Joshua. And in the marginal notes, got or Joshua. It's very clear. And so, but the name is in Greek is Jesus, and so it's Jesus. And so they were just very careful with how they translate it. They wanted to be very accurate. And so Beelzebub is the Latinized name. Now that just became a popular name in England for saying things, and in plays and in writings. And it's not like the King James translation and Bibles were just done, and that was the only literature they had. They had scientific literature, medical literature, a whole bunch of other stuff that even spoke about these spiritual concepts of Beelzebub. And so that became the normal term to use in England. And so the Greek is Beelzebul, but it's Beelzebub. That's just how it's pronounced. And so just like Timotheos, it's at some stage you have the book of Timothy, but then it says Timotheos as well in the King James. That's because both were popular. Shakespeare had a play, and Timotheos was one of the popular names. And so it was a popular name, Timothy and Timotheos, so they actually used both. And so that's just what they did. And so to say that, it came from the Latin Vulgate, it's like, I understand the Scrivener. See, I've been very critical of Scrivener for like 15 years and going through his material saying, not wrong. And then, Stephen Boyce, Timothy Berg, they come along and they're like, I said to Timothy Berg, did you get that concept from me? He's like, no. And I was like, well, didn't you and Stephen Boyce get together and make this list, sort of to sort of prove me wrong on my 190 list? Now, if you want to know exactly what I'm talking about, it can be a bit confusing. But if you watch my playlist of my debate with Stephen Boyce, you can go through that and see what I'm talking about the 190 list. And so, but yeah, anyway, Timothy Berg, Mark Ward, they've all become involved with this, and they've got the wrong list on their website for starters. But then they also have this list of Latin, and it's like, no, it's just a Latinized term. I mean, Latin influenced so many languages in Europe. It's like, if we were to go through even just the words that I'm saying now and the Latin influence, if I was to have to say, oh, I'm reading from the Vulgate every time I mention a Latinized type of word, that would be ridiculous. But that's Scrivener does that from time to time. And so, but anyway, let's just move on.
Answers for those questions.
No, you just have to yell a whole lot louder. But there's a question. How in the world, given that there were multiple committees that translated different portions of the New Testament, how in the world could all of the Greek texts that they used have been burned up in the London fire because they would have been in different places outside of London?
Yeah. I don't have an answer for that.
Oh my gosh. So obviously, they used every type of Greek text and they worked on, okay, that's what the readings that we're going with. And so he's like, well, the other texts that they used, how did they all get burned up? It's like, and he laughs at himself as if that's funny. It's sort of like, it's just weird. It's yeah. And so, but James White usually has some sort of anecdote with the King James translators, or Erasmus, or Stephanus, or Beza, and these guys are the Three Stooges. They're the Monty Python bunch, and he'll just make up a story if he can't find one.
Well, Brother Mitch, I'm sure does somewhere. But let's listen. Let's get it now. I wanted people to get some of the taste. I didn't play any of Nathan's presentation because you can't get a taste of the crowd because they're just sitting there staring at him, going, I'm not going to say anything. Yeah, we're just waiting for you to get done so the good guy can get back up again. But I hope you're listening to the background and listening to what is being amen. And it's not just amen. There's got to be an H there at the start. If you don't get that,
one of our listeners pointed out that the word they said more than anything else was "hey man," which I think what they meant was straw man.
Straw man. Yes, that would have fit. Let's listen a little bit more because I do have his Calvinism section queued up. I do want to get that before we run out of time. So.
This rhetoric sounds good, but there's no basis for it because it's always reverting back to the originals, to the originals, to the originals. They don't have the originals. Amen? Now, folks, listen to me. If they had the originals, you folks couldn't read them, most of you. Do you know Hebrew and Greek and Aramaic? Do you?
Yeah.
Well, then you got to depend upon somebody.
And this is exactly what Stephen Boyce was doing, like when he would say, do you know Greek? Do you know Hebrew? And Stephen Boyce is like, yes. And I'm just like, what? And so on the last recap that they did on part 5, Stephen Boyce and Nate, I just said, can Stephen prove that he can read or speak Greek and Hebrew by just saying in both these languages, hi Nick, how you doing? And they just totally avoided that. It was like they didn't even bring it up to have a laugh or anything. It was just like, just avoid that, because these guys don't know Greek. They don't know Hebrew. They don't know these languages. I mean, if you listen to James White, he's like Google Translate when you go through it. And if you were to get a native Greek speaker to ask them a question, they wouldn't be able to answer that in any age. Yeah, speaking fluent Koine, speaking in the Erasmian twang, that they wouldn't understand it.
To tell you what it means, just like a Catholic has to depend upon a priest to interpret the scripture for him.
Okay, now, I'm remembering all these things as I'm listening to them, and so if you have the Greek and the Hebrew, then you have to depend upon someone to tell you what they mean, and that's like the Catholics. And I'm like, okay, so how did you get the English translation in the first place? And obviously, historically, the form of the Greek New Testament that underlies the King James Version of the Bible in the New Testament was primarily given its form by Desiderius Erasmus, who was an ordained Roman Catholic priest who wrote a book in...
But isn't that really dumb of James White to say that? He just wants to bring up the Catholic thing. But they're actually talking about the translation of that. So he's talking about the originals. He's saying, and you can't read the Greek. And he's saying, so when that gets translated, you have to trust someone just like you trust a Roman Catholic priest. What they're saying is true, and you better go along with it. So why is James White bringing up the that before Trent? There was obviously different levels of scholarship, and the Complutensian Polyglot guys that they'd done an edition. Erasmus, he did his 5 editions, and yes, these guys were in the bounds of Roman Catholicism. But that was really the only text that, if you had a Muslim do an edition of that era, he would have come up with a TR type text. If you had a Buddhist monk do it, if you had a Scientologist do it, if you had a psychopathic, child molesting, Charlie Manson psychopath do it, he would have come up with a TR. That's all there was. It's like... And so, but why is he bringing up the Greek of Desiderius Erasmus when he's clearly talking about the Greek being translated and how it's brought across?
In defense of transubstantiation. Okay, yeah. That's the historical reality. That's
the historical reality. It's like, it's all psycho about it, but it's like, aren't we talking about how Greek words are translated, not how the Greek was compiled?
I listen to this, and knowing the historical reality, I just go, are you seriously just trying to get people's emotions so riled up that they won't hear what the other side's saying? Or is this just what you've done for so many decades now? You don't know what else to do. It's hard to...
I think James White needs to rewind that and listen to what he's saying. He's just saying nonsense.
You need to know which it is.
Yeah, and based on his position, he has to depend upon 54 Anglicans,
right?
Which is
baby sprinkling Anglicans,
yeah, to know what the original said. So
even though did he not actually deny that they were Paedo-Baptists?
He says in multiple talks that they didn't start until the 1630s dunking babies because that was after King James, and as long as King James was in there, they didn't do that. And he also says King James didn't ever execute anybody, and that's not true.
That's not
okay. So in the debate, they do go into a lot of church history, Baptist history, and all this sort of stuff, and it's sort of like, it's pretty tiring for me because I'm like, not really interested in any of that. But I'm not saying I'm not interested in it. I won't look into it. I'm just saying it's not really something where I'm like, oh, Paedo-Baptist, and I'm worried about my church has always been this type of Baptist, and that I'm not a Baptist, and so I'm to me, sprinkling a baby is just, to me, it's ridiculous. It's not biblical. It's and I know, so when I listen to people like Robert Truelove and Jeff Riddle, and these guys are dealing with these issues quite frequently, because they know Presbyterians and they know other people, involved in these sort of things. And so, it doesn't really affect me either way with all this. But at the end of the day, I just acknowledge that the 60 or so guys who worked on the King James translation, they were just superior linguists. They did an excellent job at translating what was there in front of them, and they did a perfect job. Excellent. Just like if someone was to do a very, very accurate translation of Communist Manifesto, and they brought that through into a certain language, I would go, wow, okay, that was very well done, or that's poorly done, or what. These guys just did an excellent job. And so at the end of the day, it's been proven that they've done an excellent job. Most of the time with these concordances and lexicons, or concordance dictionaries and lexicons, they've been proven wrong so many times, and there's translational bias in when they're bringing words across, and many times they're only bringing the stem across, and many times too they're only bringing the lexicon meaning across. They're not talking about the contextual meaning, and so people, they read something in context and they're like, hang on, this definition doesn't squeeze into there, and it's like, well, it's not supposed to. In context, words can be brought up and it can change the definition. It affects the definition in a sense. And so all of these things are going to be taken into consideration.
Not true either. Wow, just when history doesn't fit, if the glove doesn't fit, you have to acquit. So if history doesn't fit, make up new history. That's how it goes. Wow, let's listen a little bit more here.
You see, notice James White didn't answer at all. He said, okay, you got the originals. How are you going to translate that? With that, you got your lexicons and you got these other things. Do you go to them, or you go to these translations and stuff? How are you going to get the correct reading? And he's like, it's just like going to a Catholic priest, and he will tell you what it means. And James White just didn't deal with that at all. He's just like, Roman Catholic, Erasmus. It's like,
I'm a preacher. I'm not only a Bible teacher. You say you shouldn't. I'm not angry. I'm as happy as a clam at high tide. I'm doing what God called and equipped me to do. 45 years now. But I'm telling you, if you hadn't got a book that's the authority, then you got to depend upon your pastor or teacher to tell you what the Bible means. You can't sit down. Let me tell you something, folks. When you get down to read your Bible, and you say, now, Lord, I got a King James Bible here, but I know it's full of mistakes, and I know it's full of mistranslations and interpolations and witticisms and glosses and emendations to the text, but if you could possibly show me something in the Bible, please do. You think God's going to fool with you 5 seconds?
A little bit of a threat there.
But if you go down like I do, and like so many of us do, get down and say, Lord, I don't understand everything in this book, but you said you'd preserve it to every generation. I'm in an English generation. I'm not going to the Hebrew or the Greek or any other language. I'm an Englishman. I speak English. Amen.
Now, let's go ahead and talk about this just briefly. I'm going to spend some time doing this. I'm having some problems with accordance, and so it's throwing me curves when I get in the Old Testament. But Psalm 12, I mean, he started with it. It is absolutely foundational. Does he ever do anything other than mock the recognition that contextually a much stronger argument can be made by walking through the text that the word of the Lord that is referred to there is the promise that was just given that he will deliver the oppressed? That's the context. That's what it's talking about. It has to try to push that out to a 17th century Anglican translation as the full.
So you notice the jump that James White did there. Instead of going, okay, is that what it reads in the original Hebrew? He's like jumping, okay, so he's saying it's the King James Bible. It's like, well, if it's the Bible and it's an accurate rendition of the Hebrew, then yes, you can apply that to all generations. And so it can apply. And so we're in a generation now where are the words of God? And so there are other verses that say very similar things and have the same concept. And so, but these guys, you're like, where are the words of God? And they're like, oh, well, it's in the Greek here somewhere. When we go with the Nestle Halen United Bible Society text, but sometimes we go with the Tyndale House. But when you go with that one, you can go to the apparatus and the readings are in there in a big spaghetti, in like a big jigsaw puzzle that's all been shaken up. And like, here you go. It's like all these numbers and dots. And it's like, it's in there somewhere. So it's just a mass. And to say we have the words of God somewhere, like every generation can have access to the words of God. We're going to be judged according to the word of God. How can you have verses where it says, heaven and earth will pass away, my word shall not by no means pass away? It says in Revelation, if you add to or take away from the words of this book, that there are curses and all this sort of thing. How can God put that restriction on people if we don't know what the words are? If we're like, I don't know, is it this one? Is it that one? Is it this one? I don't know, but I can't add or take away from any of them. We're just stuck. And so people have known what the words of God are. And that's why Erasmus, when he worked on the text, he was able to see, this is the reading, that's the reading. And it became fine-tuned as more and more information was discovered. And more information wasn't so much discovered, but just brought forth and known, and the world opened up to, that type of thing. And so, but James White's bringing that right over, skipping everything and just going over to, King James Anglican translation, the English language. Well, obviously, when you understand that this is the final edition of the TR, that's how you get that. And even Scrivener, Westcott and Hort, they understood that. They got this, and as James White will say, back translated it, not back translation. They got the text of Beza, 1598, and in about 20 places, there's differences. Now, Scrivener made 190 differences. Most of them are totally untranslatable. But I estimate that there's about 10% are real and are translatable, and are enough to say that this is its own unique edition of the TR, as Edward Hills said. So I'm agreeing with Edward Hills, I'm agreeing with Scrivener, I'm agreeing with Westcott and Hort on that. The James White's it's like a complete back translation. It's the way he words that. It's like they just completely back translate. Like I could say that about the ESV. ESV had the reading in Jude 1:5 that Jesus led them out, where formerly it had the Lord led them out. Now, the National Allen United Bible Society 28th edition didn't have that until 2013. ESV came out in 2003 or 2005 or something like that. And so they had that reading for quite a long time before the Greek caught up with them. So it's like, I guess that Nestle Allen text is a back translation of the ESV then. You know what I mean? It's like, anyway.
Fulfillment of that. Oh, and by the way, I just remembered something. I'm sorry. I just remembered something. I actually endangered my life at one point during this debate because I was driving down the road. I'm in a truck pulling a fifth wheel. There's about 17,000 pounds going down the road, and he actually. Okay, you got to help me, Nathan. I'm sorry because I'm not sure that I can get through this without breaking up. But okay, he tries to distinguish between numerology and numerics, right?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And Rich is sitting here waiting for this one because you haven't heard this. I wish I had queued this one up. I really do. But
just on that note, like I'm not really into, the 49 divided by this and divided, you get 7, that's God. And but there is that element in Scripture. There is, the 70th week of Daniel. There's, 70 times 7. There are themes of numbers through the Bible. So it would be interesting to see where these guys start and stop with that, because I know there's some people who are like, there's a guy even locally here I know personally, and he's like King James, which is pretty weird. But yeah, he did read something. Yeah, he said the Septuagint corrects the King James or something weird thing. It was a bit of a who is he? He's passed away now. Chuck Missler. Chuck Missler was like that. He's like King James, Textus Receptus, but then you start reading through his stuff and he's like, Septuagint corrects that and says this. Just throw the Hebrew straight under the bus. But anyway, this guy who I know locally, he would say, Matthew chapter 5 is about man, and Matthew chapter 6 is about the devil. Matthew chapter 7 is about this because of the number, like chapter 5, 6, 7. It was just like, I remember looking at him going, that's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard, And so people do go that route. But to me, he wasn't a King James only guy. He had no interest in that type of thing. But I guess, these guys would probably debate him as a King James only guy because he uses the King James in that. But, I mean, the King James is still the most popular one. It's just everywhere. So you get all sorts of people. You get, even Jehovah's Witnesses still print the King James with the Watchtower stamp at the front, even though they started using the revised standard version when that came out, because it favored a lot of their creepy doctrines, anti-Trinitarian type doctrines. But anyway, let's just continue. But yeah, it would be interesting to see where these guys start and stop with Bible numerics, because I know there was a guy, Bullinger, and he used to be the leader of the Trinitarian Bible Society. He was actually saying that King James was wrong here and wrong there, and that's why some of the Trinitarian Bible Society stuff is like bent, a little bit bent, and then it straightens up a bit, and then it goes a bit bent. And even in the 1980s, they were like more like a majority text type of thing, and then they went back to TR and then majority text. And so it'd be interesting to see what they say about Revelation 16:5, because they're about to, or they might have even finished it now, but they're doing an article on that. So that would be really interesting to see what they've got to say. Anyway, let's continue.
He actually went to Luke 19:41 through 44 and said that the chapter, well, he was wrong about the chapter and verse stuff, by the way. The chapters existed before Stephanus, because I have a 1550 Stephanus, and the chapter...
I'm going to speed this up a little bit, because this is sort of ridiculous, but I'll just speed
the divisions are in there, but the verse divisions aren't. He did that between 1550 and 1551. But the chapter stuff was there long before that, and you'll find references in Erasmus and others to those. Erasmus has chapter divisions too, so that was before Stephanus. Anyway, but he thinks that the King James chapter and verse divisions are given by God as proof of the inspiration of the Bible, just like the Muslims think the number 19 is relevant in the Quran. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. But he goes to Luke 19 and says that the digging of the trenches around Jerusalem was fulfilled in the Nazi Holocaust in World War II, 1941 through 44. So chapter 19 and those numbers go together as the years that they are fulfilled in. So I'm sitting here going, so that means everything in chapter 20 must be a prophecy of what's going on now, right?
I would think so.
But what if you find something in chapter 16 that might have a fulfillment today that must have been filled in the 1600s? And I'm grabbing my phone while driving, trying to find what was in Luke 19, because I'm going, I can't believe that this is being presented. But I think it got pretty... Did it get quieter? Was there any evidence from your perspective that maybe at least that stuff, a few people in the audience are going, yeah, I'm not so sure?
I heard from a lot of guys on their side that had some issues with some of the stuff he said, even though they agreed with a lot of it. But some of them were really put off with that. But that's honestly not even the worst I've heard him do. I've heard him count the vowels and consonants and number of words in I believe Genesis 1:1, and the number of vowels and consonants and words in the last verse in the Bible, Revelation 22, whatever. And apparently they're exactly the same. And then he says, if you go the Kama Yohannium, the number of consonants and vowels are exactly the same as are in those two verses. He says, so you tell me that doesn't belong in your King James Bible. Only God can do that.
Wow. Okay. There isn't, in my experience.
So I just want to say those concepts are stupid. And yeah, I would never, ever use that argumentation. It's just dumb.
There simply is no mechanism or means to reason with people in that context. There's facts, rationality, saying, okay, if you're right about that, then that needs to be something that can be falsified. So there should be other examples, and you know they're just like, nope, I can't open your mind. If you can't feel the Spirit telling you, see, I can actually get into this and start doing it. If you would swing to the other side, you could make a whole lot of money, and you would be booked from now. I mean, I'm telling you, it would be right up there with the Apostle Paul being converted. I was about to say Paul's conversion, man. I'll tell you, but I've looked at some of those churches, and I'm not really certain that that's that they were. I don't think I think they think I was Paul, and hence they're not gonna accept my conversion story. No, it ain't gonna happen that way. No, but I just remembered that. I'm not sure what reminded me of that, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, I forgot the Luke 19:44 stuff, and it's just astonishing. Well, let me. I'm gonna have to. Pull this over here to cue it over to you. I forget how this had started. Maybe you'll remember, but you had raised some issues concerning the translators. I think you were just trying to push him to be consistent on what he was saying about people, and if that's the case, then you really wouldn't listen to the King James translators and that kind of thing. So let's. You went into a lengthy section on the Reformers and James and Tyndale and the fact that they were Reformed. And again, you had all that stuff in your notebook.
I would just say these guys were heavily influenced by Augustine Luther was an Augustinian monk, so was Erasmus, actually. But Augustinian concepts had a big influence on Calvin, on Beza, and to me, true, 5-point Calvinism didn't really come until after the Synod of Dort, and it wasn't really ratified until really the Westminster Confession of Faith, the Second London Baptist Confession. That's where I find a lot of these concepts were like, okay, this is exactly what we believe. So the Synod of Dort, they sorted out a few things, but it's like to retroactively then just label everyone as Calvinist. What they're not saying is that the Synod of Dort was actually in reaction to Jacob Arminius and his Arminianism. And so his concepts had flooded Europe and England at that time, and they were trying to deal with these issues. So if these concepts were spreading like wildfire, obviously people were believing them. It makes sense. It's sort of like, everyone was a Calvinist back then. So why would they have the Synod of Dort then?
And so let's pick up with the end of your comments there. There you go. There's a notebook. And let's pick up with the last of what you had to say there and his comments.
Translators were Calvinistic, Reformed.
Okay, so I'll just slow it down a little bit so we can. But I just wanted to fast forward it over that whole 1942 rubbish. It's just sort of like, it's not even really worth commenting on. But
They were Protestants who belonged to the Anglican Church. And then he turns and he belittles all these other men after he says you can't belittle King James, but he can belittle anybody else he wants to. Thank you.
Oop.
King James was a Presbyterian, but he was not a Calvinist. King James was against the Geneva Bible because he knew that in the footnotes of the King James Bible were 14 pro-Calvinistic footnotes.
Okay, now I just have to ask a question. He's not old enough to have known King James, right?
No, almost.
So my immediate question is, how does he know why King James didn't like the Geneva Bible? Because every historian I've ever read believed that he didn't like the the Geneva Bible because of the footnotes that specifically limited royal power and said that kings were subject to the law of God. That's what he didn't like. It wasn't the Calvinistic stuff. Where does he get this? Do you just simply make it up on the fly? Do you say it once, and since no one challenged?
So I would say that Mitch is just sort of like, he's so anti-Calvinistic. He's like so King James that he's like, I can never mix the two. Where say for someone like me, I can just go, okay, well, here Jeff Riddle, he might be considered a Calvinist, but what he said there was absolutely correct, and I agree with him. Some people can do a better job than I do. It doesn't. I can accept that someone who is an atheist can be a better tennis player than someone who's a Christian, and it's just, you just give credit where credit's due, and it's. You just got to be humble and say, oh, this person did a better job than me or anyone else. Let's just, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people in today's day and age, they respect someone like, say, Ben Shapiro. He's a Jewish guy, and it's like, okay, we respect that. He doesn't have to be a Christian, doesn't have to be fundamentalist, doesn't have to be evangelical. And there's some Catholics we listen to, like, say, David Crystal. He's a Catholic guy, expert on the English language. And I even went to him about the whole Easter thing. And it's like, he's Catholic. It's just this label. I think, it's like, what religion are you? I guess I'm a Catholic, sort of thing. Some people can do a better job than what you can do. But they have a tag. They've been pigeonholed in a certain way.
Challenges you just keep repeating it? I'm still left wondering how this functions.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he made a statement in one of his podcast episodes going through the corruptible line, the perverted line, as he calls it. And he said that all of the ESV translators were Calvinists. So therefore, they were heretics to start with. So why are you going to trust a bunch of heretics to translate your Bible? And that's when I really started studying because I have a couple of friends who are Anglican, and I started studying the Anglicans, and of course have studied the Reformation before. And the more I discovered was just amazing. And the 39 articles, and then King James comments after the Synod of Dort, where they agreed with all 5 points of the tulip,
Right.
Where he congratulated them and was bragging on the documents that they helped push through, even though they were maybe a little bit softer than the German Calvinists, they still agreed to all 5 points of the tulip. So he didn't have any answers to those questions either.
No, he didn't.
Well, the 5 points were to do with the 5 points that the remonstrants had made that were basically the doctrine of Jacob Arminius. So that the 5 points of tulip are a reaction. You know what I mean? And so obviously that doctrine had spread. People did believe that.
I noticed that he was completely silent on that, had nothing to say on the subject whatsoever. But he was a Presbyterian, but he wasn't a Calvinist. and I'm just like, okay, have you read the 39 articles? And I don't know if he has or hasn't. I can't tell. But if he has, he hasn't understood what he was reading. That's for certain. But you knew this next part was coming, and all right, let's listen to it.
I'm not getting in a debate about Calvinism, but I'm very anti-Calvinist. And people say, well, it's not Calvinism, it's the doctrines of grace. Really? John Calvin said it pleased God for the decree of reprobation, that if a baby should die and not be elect, that baby should burn in hell forever.
Now, he gave that like he was giving a quote.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't really get a chance to challenge him to provide a reference. But it sounded like he was giving a quote. It's not a quote. I mean, it may be his summary of something out of the Institutes.
And so, the whole thing, I mean, I do believe that Calvinism, I don't know, there are Calvinists who watch what I do and they contact me and we're friends and, but at the end of the day, I do believe Calvinism, aspects of Calvinism is diabolical, where it demonizes children to hell. And James White's obviously involved with a lot of those debates and it's just something I've never seen in Scripture. I've never seen Calvinism in Scripture. And when I was faced with it, these people used to own a bookshop. That was actually where I got the Trinitarian Bible Society material from. And they weren't King James. They used to debate with me about King James stuff, but I got the King James material from there, the Trinitarian Bible Society material. But they were Calvinists, and I spent many days, like anytime I was working around that area, and anytime it would rain, I'd have a day off and I'd go straight to the bookshop and we would just talk about Calvinism. And so they would talk about it till the cows came home. But what it did, it really helped me to shape an interesting biblical narrative of what I believe, and because I would have just agreed with them if they could show me it in the Bible, as I was open. But they were just like, no, Calvinism is this and Calvinism that, and they were just really staunch with it. And they became more and more Calvinist. They became to the point where, they basically said I wasn't a Christian, that I was completely unsaved, and I needed to become a Calvinist to become Christian. So I was like, oh, okay. So I know most people don't go that far, but so it was interesting to learn from them, Calvinistic principles and stuff like that. But anyway, I'm not really that interested in the Calvinist debate. I mean, like I said, I can watch Jeff Riddle and go, cool. And he might bring up a few Calvinist things. I'm like, okay, I don't agree with that, but cool. You said these things in your Word magazine. I agree with them, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to fast forward this a little bit just to save time. So I'm going to put
something I don't know, but that's not a direct quote from John Calvin, as far as I know. Have you ever heard of? I was on the Bible Answer Man broadcast with George Bryson for 3 hours that infamous afternoon, and I heard a lot of quotes from Calvin. That sounds like a sort of a compilation of a few things with throwing a baby in for the fun of it type of a situation.
And that's not out of the ordinary, because he regularly misrepresents his opposing viewpoint.
Right.
I mean, he regularly mischaracterizes what anybody of any other persuasion, including the fundamentalists, believe.
That's what James White does.
Yeah. Okay. But we press on here.
That's grace. I would tell you what you could do with that grace, but God won't let me. I'm saved. Amen. If you're sitting here this morning, since it went over to Calvinism, when you're sitting here this morning and you're saying that Jesus Christ only shed enough blood for the elect and then reprobated the rest of the world, then you're saying that Jesus Christ is responsible personally for the damnation of everybody he didn't shed blood for.
So I'm hearing, okay, I get the preacher boys, okay? I get the preacher boys. But it's hard for me to imagine that over 40 plus years, there wasn't some evening meal with somebody who had the guts to say to this guy, by the way, that's not even close to what Calvinists believe.
Yeah.
I suppose it's possible. I don't know. But to hear that kind of misrepresentation, and then to hear it, it's sad, but it's also frightening in a sense for those people.
I mean, see, for me, because oftentimes I listen to Dividing Line. James White will talk about Calvinism, Radio Free Geneva. I'll listen to the whole thing, go through it. For me, I just sit back and go, okay, God from the beginning went, okay, these people to heaven, these people to hell. It's already decided from the beginning. I mean, how can you say that he's not put people in hell and not put people in heaven? It's like, to me, it's just...
I feel for those people that are sitting there going, well, that doesn't really sound like what I've been hearing people say, but if he says it, I feel guilty questioning him. That kind of authority, especially in IFB churches, there's the don't touch the Lord's anointed thing,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, by the way, just something else kicked in here. You can go a couple minutes over the hour, right?
Definitely.
Okay. The law of first reference.
Yes.
Oh, Rich is looking at me. Do you know what we're talking about? Because I do remember as a young child hearing somebody make reference to the law of first reference, and he used it, and you basically said, that's not actually a hermeneutical law at all, which is true. I mean, no serious scholarly work on hermeneutics anywhere says that when a word in the Bible appears the first time, how it's used there is how it's going to be used through the rest of the Bible. I mean, that you won't find that in any meaningful...
I know some people, they do use it that way, and it's pretty weird. But the law of first mention, or first reference as he calls it, is just basically working out where words appear. And so if you were to look up, do a study on wine, so oinos in the Greek, you would probably go back to Yain and find out exactly where it starts. And so you might look at Noah, you might get, okay, well, he was the first one to mention wine. I mean, you can even do that type of study in the Hebrew, in the Greek. You could probably even look at how different translations do it, probably even in English, looking up the word wine and things like that, and seeing how it's brought through. And that's, to me, that's the law of first mention. You just go back to exactly the point where it started, and you build your doctrine from there. You don't just build your doctrine in John chapter 2, or Jesus drank wine and all weird things like that. You go back through, you look at the history of it, you look at what wine's made of, you look at where it's found, and it's in the cluster, it's and how that's defined into English to us today from those original languages and things like that. That's, to me, that's the law of first mention.
Hermeneutics text. But I only heard it in that context, so I guess that's still very much part of the interpretational methodology in IFB, or is he somewhat off the rails there?
No, it's pretty mainstream within his branch and a lot of the IFB. And he even went as far, I've heard it called a principle of first mention, and I might be okay with that. There's some cases where, you see patterns in the Bible. I don't think anybody will deny that there are patterns.
And if you just go to the Got Answers website, which is pretty much, it's anti-King James TR, they have what the rule of first mention is, and they explain it. So to me, these guys don't know a rule that is pretty much universal and people are using. They're illiterate on this.
And even some interesting numbers. That's great. But when he calls it the law of first mention,
right,
and that has to be true every single time. So the first mention of every single word has to carry through. So I just simply took the word perfect that they kept going back to in the questions and said, let's look at what the first mention of perfect is. And of course, in the English language, which it's totally different, the word that, he was using in Psalms and then in the New Testament and in Genesis, but he doesn't want to go back to Hebrew and Greek. So I said, let's look at the first mention of perfect. And it was of Noah, and that he was a man who was upright, or he was in the King James, he was perfect. And I said, was Noah perfect the same way that you're talking about the King James Bible being perfect in these questions? And there were a few people that shouted amen. And I said, I'm sorry, but no, you cannot believe that, because Noah was not perfect. He was not sinless in the same way that you're saying the King James Bible is perfect and sinless. So that disproves your law of first mention. And he made a smart aleck comment, but that was he didn't answer.
I mean, to me, this is just a mess. I mean, all three of these guys are wrong on this whole concept, and so I've heard preachers do that. Okay, well, this is the first time it's mentioned, so that's what it means. It's like, no, it's the first time it's mentioned, that you build from there. It's like the word grace. You start off with grace. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord, and that is favor. And when you go through the Old Testament, it means favor, but grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. So it's a new type of grace. It's something that Noah didn't have. And so Jesus grew in grace and everything, but then after the cross and everything, he brought in a new type of grace that brings the gifts of the Holy Spirit. It pays off your debtor's sin. There's 50 different aspects to grace. And even when you're doing a study on grace, you find actually grace is probably more so defined. A synonym of grace would be Jesus. And it's like, that's the only way that I can describe it, because there's so many aspects. My grace is sufficient for you. My strength is made perfect in weakness. It gives you strength. It gives you power. It gives you endurance. There's so many things in grace where some people, like Laura first mentioned, it just means the favor of God. It's like, no, it's way more than that. So that's where that would come into it.
The whole idea would, it just turns any meaningful exegesis on its head. It really, really does. And you could come up with so many counterexamples that it's shocking. But I did hear it when I was younger. I heard that being presented, and that plays into the Strong's exhaustive concordance exegesis style, where you can just look up a word and the first reference is here, and then you can shoehorn just all sorts of stuff in there.
Nate seems to do that a bit anyway.
In the process, and so it's amazing. So now that you and Mitch, I'm sure you and Mitch probably went out afterward and had a good time together, had some cheeseburgers and some good southern cooking, right?
We did not. We had a sandwich in between in the intermission, and we had a conversation, but none of it had to do with the King James. It was just about mutual friends that we knew and things like that, because I grew up around the circle that he preached in and out of. So we had some conversation. I've had conversation with Cody since then, but not a lot of interaction.
Well, obviously, since you all are best buds, you could arrange for me to debate Mitch on Calvinism and the Bible translation issue, right?
I will certainly do everything I can. I would love to see that. I suspect that they would not take me up on that. They may have some email malfunctions like you talked about yesterday, but I don't think that he or anybody else would take you up on that. Now, Cody Zorn.
I will debate James White on Calvinism or the King James issue any day of the week. Easily.
And I'm just going to throw this out there as a challenge. He said that he could take a King James Bible and in 2 minutes, he may have said 2 seconds, but I think it was 2 minutes, disprove everything I said. Well, it's interesting to me that he brought in somebody else to debate me in his church. Right. And he did not choose to debate me himself, which I don't know that I would have accepted it. But one of my biggest goals going into this, and it was written down, obviously I wanted to honor God. I wanted to keep my temper and keep my cool, which was very, very difficult throughout this. But I wanted to show love and kindness for them, and I pray for them because that's how I was raised, and I relate to that. But one of my main goals was not to get caught up in the weeds, because he talks about so much ridiculous stuff that I was just praying, Lord, help me stay on topic. And I kept writing things down to say, and I was like, nope, I'm sticking with my notes. But as I was going through this, going back to not getting caught in the weeds, I built my whole case on really one point. And I came back to it in my introduction, and every single point, every single question, I tried to go back to it. And that is, if a man travels for 45 years teaching something, specializing in something, it had better be an orthodox Bible doctrine.
Right.
And I do not believe, I know from my study that King James onlyism, or you could call it versionism, or Timothy Bird calls it textual absolutism, is not an orthodox Bible doctrine. And I made the point that
James White's been going around for how many years saying, can you trust the translations? And then later on, he's like, oh, I wouldn't trust it. NIV is just liberal. It's like, the Bibles have just got holes in it, and it's got mistakes in it. That's fine. Don't trust the English Bibles. Just trust the Greek that's under there, but not the one that I used to like. Or trust the Tyndale House one, except for when you're going to this other reading there, which they don't put in, like the Ness or Allen one. And it's, who has the consistent bibliology? This guy, even though he's weird, he at least is he's consistent with the last 400 years of people going, yes, this is an accurate Bible. This is, even John Bunyan was saying King James is akin to the original Hebrew and Greek. It's the words of God, So he's just agreeing with him. I agree with him on this, and so do many others. You guys don't even have somewhere where you can point to, and it's like, it's in the apparatus there and in the Greek, but I'm not sure. We don't go with that reading in the Greek, but we go with this other reading, and you have to explain. We can just go here. That's it, and that's what you guys don't like, because it's like saying to the atheist, "There's one truth." They're like, they lose their mind.
Doctrine was once for all delivered to the saints. The faith was once for all delivered.
Yeah, the faith was once for all delivered to the saints. How do you know the faith? By knowing, the doctrines of faith by knowing the Word of God, which was once for all delivered
to the saints, passed down by the apostles. Anything that was not has to fall in the category of preference. And this is definitely not a Bible doctrine.
Right. Yeah, you made that.
So, defense of which reading? Okay, so it's not a Bible doctrine. When it says in in Revelation chapter 22, it says, "Don't add to or take from the Word of God." How do you know where the Word of God is to add or take from? You know what I mean? You have to decide that's the Word of God. Don't add and take from that. You know what I'm saying? So it all the way through, it's not mentioned because it's implied in everything. It's not just, I'm not saying it's not never mentioned, but it's there. It's just like, okay, you have the correct text. Don't add and take from it. It's saying you got the correct text. It's a no-brainer.
Made that point a number of times. Their response was, but without it, you can't have a sure word from the Lord. And sadly, in many instances, what they mean by that is not that they have a sure word from the Lord, but their preacher tells them that they do, and they believe what their preacher says. They'll mock the Roman Catholics for going to their priest, but let's be honest. The IFB doctrine of touch not the anointed is normally turned into the very same kind of authoritarian, you go with my interpretation, you don't have the right to look at the text yourself, type stuff that you find all over the place. And
maybe IFB churches are like that. I guess they probably are. And I've seen people, they revere Stephen Anderson's words over the Bible. So yeah.
That is a major problem. So no, that was why one of the reasons I wanted to get together with you. There were lots of places where you could have gone off the rails, and I think he was trying to give you reason to get in his grill, shall we say, and you stayed focused. It was very well done along those lines. Obviously, I've been in many similar situations, not just with King James onlyists, but with Muslims. I couldn't help but think my debate with Adnan Rashid in London a number of years ago, where there was a bunch of young Muslim guys right in the front row, and instead of "Hey man," it was "Allahu Akbar," and they were takbiring. That's called takbir. They were doing that to everything he said, and they were getting all excited and all and it was on a similar subject. It was the inspiration of the New Testament versus the similar context. And at one point, I was up there and I made a real strong point, and they're just sitting there. They're not. And I said, "What? You're not gonna Allahu Akbar that?" And they're just looking at me like their eyes get real big because I focused right in upon them. And I said, "You guys are all emotional, and anything he says, you're just going along with it, but you're not listening to what's being said." Because I just demonstrated a major inconsistency in his position, and you're not seeing it. It's because you're not listening. You're not applying equal scales. And that's the same situation we're seeing, that you experienced, with a very, 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 very similar emotional commitment to a theological position, which does not make it right by any stretch of the imagination. So
that's what James White said about me. He said, "I'm emotionally tied to this position," and all the rest of it. And it's like, how? I mean, if you show me where the King James is wrong, and where your versions are correct, where your Greek text, I don't even know where your Greek text is anymore. If you can show me the readings that you formulate, I guess, in your own mind, and maybe write it down on a notepad, or maybe you've got your own Bible that you've made somewhere in Greek, or you can show me the differences between Tyndale House and this Allen text, and you can show me which ones you agree with and which ones you don't. I'll go with your truth. If you can show me truth, I'll go with it. But I don't have anyone to please. I'm not denominational. I don't have any guru over me telling me that I have anyone above me that I have to please. I don't have people below me who are supporting me that I have to please. I just say whatever is true. And that's why these guys are fearful to debate me, because they know that they can't pin me down on all these other side issues.
So I'm sure we're going to hear some blog post about James White compares independent fundamentalist Baptists to Muslims. That's the next thing that someone's going to do.
But you do all the time. With me, he would just be talking about me and say, I've met Muslims just like this. It's like, okay.
Just you could write these things before they happen. But
because they said Allahu Akbar, and because these guys say, hey man, I mean, how can you choose your audience for starters? I mean, it could have been a visiting guy. Maybe the guy was disabled or something. So, hey man, it's like, oh, they're just yelling out and stuff. I don't know. I've been in church meetings, tent meetings, and just gone in there and everyone's screaming out like that. And it's like, well, this is different. But they were just elderly, and that's just what they did. And it was like, okay, well,
the emotional commitment aspect of it that keeps you from hearing it. First people I saw it with in my young life were Muslims, not Muslims, Mormons. And you'd show them stuff in the Book of Mormon. You'd show the contradictions between the Doctrine and Covenants, the Pearl Price, the Bible, and what you'd get at the end was, well, you've strengthened my testimony, and it's a defense mechanism. And I can only say because you and I both know there are some fundamentalists watching right now live who are doing this because they're wondering about this type of stuff.
Yeah.
And look, there's I didn't come up with this line. It's a line that I heard first from Dan Wallace, but Dan Wallace warned me and warned everybody against trading truth for certainty.
Oh, don't trade truth for certainty. So it's a baited term. Certainty means different things. You can be certain on something, but what they're saying is if something is certain to you, it mightn't be true, but it's like, oh, well, I'm just certain of it. So it's like, I'm certain that the King James Bible is correct, but even if truth comes my way, I'm not going to believe the truth because I'm certain, sort of thing. It's like, no, we have certainty. I have certainty in the Bible because it is true. The truth has made me certain. I have uncertainty about the modern versions because they don't have truth, and because they're based upon flimsy evidence and strange contradictory things, and the more I've dug, the messier it's got. And it's like no one's provided good answers for why that error is in there. And so, this whole trading truth for certainty, it's a riddle, a bit like, the charismatic guy, Bill Johnson. If you favor God, God will favor you in your dream of favoritism. And you sort of left there going, what does that mean? It's just this mystical type of thing. It's basically that you can take that either way, where it's sort of like, you shouldn't have certainty. Christianity brings certainty. I'm certain that God created the heaven and the earth. I am certain that it's a young earth creationism position. I'm certain of many doctrines in the Bible because the Bible says it. I'm sure James White will be certain of the Trinity. Why has he got certainty there? Why does he reject the truth for his certainty? It's just like, what? No, I can have truth and certainty. It's just separating these two things and just creating this riddle. What a joke. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, I'm nearly finished. Just had Hudson TD777 says, have you read the collected works of Erasmus, volume 41 by Robert D. Sider? I can link the ebook PDF if you don't have it. Can you send me that in my email? Ausclix, AUSCLIX @gmail.com. That'd be great, or a link or something like that.
You must not trade the truth for certainty.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people that are absolutely certain the Book of Mormon is the Word of God. There are a lot of people that are absolutely certain the Quran is the Word of God. You and I both agree they're wrong.
Yeah.
But they've traded truth for certainty. And we can't do that. We can grow in the grace and knowledge of the Lord Jesus Christ, but we have to be focused upon the truth. And the thing I say to everybody, the thing I'd be saying in that debate over and over again, I want to know what the apostles wrote, not what someone 500 years later thought they should have written.
like the more you listen to James White, the more ridiculous it just seems. Like 1 minute he's like, yeah, you trade the truth for certainty, like the Mormons, like the Muslims. They got their book, they're certain it's true, but you show them truth, and they're like, no, I want my certainty. As if people who have the King James are just like, his truth, which is, I wrote 200 pages against just his Revelation 16:5 stuff. It totally blew him out of the water. He's so chicken. He won't debate me. Like, he will debate. He will do a video debate against like a black Hebrew Israelite. You know what I mean? It's like he makes out he's too busy, and I've got all these schedules, and I'm so busy, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that. I'm doing a PhD, and then he'll stop and debate this black Hebrew Israelite guy. Yeah, he'll debate people for hours and hours. He'll spend time going through this sort of stuff, but he won't debate me on something where I've specifically cornered him and shown where he's wrong. You know why? Because he's a chicken. And none of you fanboys, I challenge you James White fanboys to debate this. Why are you guys so chicken? I'll debate you on 1 John 5:7. You name it, I'll debate you on it. But unfortunately, people are chicken.
Yes.
And it's hard to argue against that. It's hard to argue against the repeated assertion, I want to know what John wrote. I want to know what Paul wrote. That's the vitally important.
So King James goes like, I don't want to know what John wrote. I don't want to know what Paul wrote. Yeah, you're the only one on earth who wants to know that, James. But then it's like, okay, so what did John write here? Well, it's in the National Alien United Bible Society text, but the one over, what did John write? What did Peter write? 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 10. Oh, I go with the Tinder house there. Okay, so he wrote that there, but is it wrong in the National Alien United Bible? Is that text got errors in it? Or you're not allowed to use that word?
Thing. And in essence, Mitch's position was you can't know that without the re-inspiration of the text. What they wrote got lost. Yeah. And that's why you've got the King James Version of the Bible. And that is not a defensible position. So
saying that material is lost doesn't equate to re-inspiration. I mean, what you guys are doing is basically re-inspiration because you believe that the Bible is inspired in the original's preservation is carrying that inspiration through, unless you believe what Dan Wallace says, or Metzger, who redefines inspiration. But then you guys are creating inspiration. So you guys are in the process of re-inspiring.
Anyway, well done, sir. I was going to say well done, young man, but you're not, you're well done, middle-aged man.
I'll take it. Thank you.
I get to say young man to almost everybody anymore, except for a few people that then look down at me and say the same thing to me. But you've done a good job. And so let's stay in touch as far as what you had mentioned, doing something with you guys' webcast. It sounds like that would be something that would be very enjoyable to do. And any other debate challenges have come your way?
None yet, but I'm just going to take them as they come. I don't think I'll accept any this year, but I do want to tell you, thank you for your investment in my life and a lot of other younger guys' lives. The work you've done. I know when you're in the debate, I experience this firsthand now, so I get it a little bit more. When you're in the debate, there's not a lot of affirmation. You don't see a lot of immediate results, although I've seen more than I expected to at this point. But it's a pretty difficult situation, but God's word is faithful and it will not return void, as the King James Version says, which is, I have everything memorized in King James Version because for the first 20 years of my life, that's all I used. But I thank you for all that you did. And I said this in my closing, that the reason I'm not King James only today is thanks to a lot of men like you, and thanks to the independent fundamental Baptists who taught me that the Bible is my final authority in faith and practice. And when I could not find translationism, absolutism, King James onlyism in my even King James Bible, I had to let it go.
That's right.
One of the first, when I come back to Australia from Pakistan, one of the first sermons that I did was about what the Bible says about itself, bibliology. And so, going through and, heaven and earth will pass away, my words shall by no means pass away. Every jot and every tittle, not one jot or tittle shall fall from the law. And so it's talking about the law, but it's also, talking about the letters and things like that. The grass withers, the flower fades, the word of our Lord shall stand forever, And so I just went through all these, but there's just so many of those verses. And they tell a story that we're going to be judged according to the words of Christ. How come, if we don't know what the words are, how can we be judged by them? where do a study on bibliology. It's almost like these guys, they mock. We usually say that Stephanus, and even that I was looking at a Latin edition of Stephanus is in 1545, and at the beginning of it, he had pretty much most of those verses that I just said in the beginning of this Latin edition, because it was like, these are the words of God, and and that would have been Erasmus's 5th edition, I guess. No, it was a Collinnaeus. No, it wasn't. There was a Latin of Erasmus, and so, but he had those verses matching up there, and so it's a biblical theme. It seems like people have just rejected that the whole concept of preservation because of Psalm 12, because you can say, oh, it's the people instead of the closest antecedent as words, obviously. But it's like, these guys don't sort of have a bibliology from the Bible. They're sort of getting it from Dan Wallace and James White and a few other people. But it's like, if he's saying that you can't get that we are going to have a Bible today, and that we are going to be able to access the words of the Bible today somewhere. See, this is the thing. We ask people, where is the Bible, whether it's in Hebrew or Syriac or Greek or Aramaic or Latin or English, or where is it? It's in the manuscript somewhere. It's just not an answer. That's not an answer. So where are the fundamental laws of the American Constitution? If you can't say it's in the Constitution, it's like, where do you get these laws? Just you get a bit from the Magna Carta over there, and you got this other one over there, and then you got this over there, and then you got the ideas of a few guys like George Washington, this and that, and somewhere. They're just so vague that they're not answering, because they can't answer, because they point to a version and we just laugh at it. We go, look at this, how dumb it is. It's got the wrong genealogy. It's got the wrong geographical location. It's got the wrong history in it. It's got a contradiction in it. That goes against God being a liar. That makes Jesus a sinner. We just go, these versions are just rubbish. In the bin, and then we go, okay, let's peel back a layer. Let's go to the Greek and Hebrew, and it's like similar things. It's like, oh my gosh. And then you keep pressing and pressing, and then they're like, well, it's over there in the apparatus as well. Where you prove me wrong, I'll just default back to that apparatus thing over there. Yeah, right.
That's right. That is the final argument, and I think it's an argument you made well, and I don't believe that Mitch had any meaningful response to that. So look it up on YouTube. Just look up King James Bible debate. It was the first one that popped up when I looked at it. The only other one that popped up was the debate I did in London in 2011 with Dr. Moorman and the Mount Impassable debate, if you recall that one. That was
and James White never answered it. He said, how did the Byzantine text end up everywhere? With that, a controlling body saying this is the text, you have to. It just sort of ended up everywhere all of a sudden. How did that happen? And that was his man impassable. He's like, I've answered that because of Revelation 16:5. If you look at Revelation 16:5, if you read my book and then go back to that debate, James White doesn't really say much else. He actually, a guy from the audience said, what about George Vance Smith? He was like, was he a King James translator? He had no idea that a Unitarian George Vance Smith worked on the Westcott and Hort text. James White doesn't know that much. What he does, he gets a bee in his bonnet about things that he's made up, and then he just keeps repeating it and thumping the desk, and just gets angry and calls you a Catholic and says you got the mindset of a Mormon and blah, blah, blah. He's easily disproven. And his fanboys are even way more easy. Like, Stephen Boyce, the snake guy, easily walkover, cakewalk.
an interesting evening. And what happened afterwards was quite interesting too.
If I could recommend that they look up the Recovering Fundamentalist YouTube page, we had a videographer there, and our video is 1,000 times better, audio and video, than the other one. It's a lot easier to watch if they just want to search that one.
Okay, good. Yeah, that would be a good idea, because there were I wasn't sure if there were dropouts just in the recording or if I was having trouble because I was traveling. But yeah, there were some things like that happened. Yeah. So, well, thank you, sir, for joining us. And hopefully this will get a lot more people to watch the debate. And certainly, hopefully more people will tune into the podcast, especially those who are starting to realize that what they've been given is not a full plate. They need to have the rest of it. And they might be able to find some help in the conversations you all have about that. So thank you for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. White. You are the OG.
Thank you very much. God bless. All right. Well, that's it for us, folks. We're going to wrap it up. And I'm not sure. I think Thursday we're going to try to get back together again. I do want to. We're going to be having, at some point, Tony Costa's book, Early Christian Creeds and Hymns, just came out. And so we want to get together with Tony and talk about those things. It's a book I read a number of months ago now. And so we've got some good stuff coming up. But till then, Lord willing, I mean, I don't know how YouTube would ding us for this particular program, but they'll get to us eventually. So, Lord willing, next time. Till then, God bless.
Okay. So, well, thanks for joining us, guys. I'm glad I finished that when I did. And so even like this morning, like we have this guy, Mike Winger. If they say the Bible supports slavery and rape and killing, if you read the ESV, it supports rape. So this is the thing. Half the time these apologists are going through and they have to mop up the problems that bad translations have created. Why doesn't James White do a program on that? Why doesn't he do a program on, Carlo Martini? Why doesn't he do a program on George Van Smith? Because he's chicken. Because he knows that this goes diametrically against everything that he said. These guys try to tie us to Seventh-day Adventists and all sorts of weirdos and Ruckman. And it's like, look at their heritage. They have this sort of culty heritage going back, and it's like, oh, apparently I'm supposed to be tied to this person who wrote a book back then, and I'm related to him somehow, like it's some sort of genealogical, timeline. But if you do the same thing for these guys, straight back, Carlo Martini, even just back to Ehrman and his influence still today. Look at the Mormons working on the Hebrew text. Look at the Mormons working on, did you know that? Mormons working on the Hebrew text. Did you know Bart Ehrman has a massive influence over the academy still to this day? Over people like Jan Kranz, over people like Tommy Wasserman, over people like Gurry and Hickson. And he has a huge influence in the academy. Did you know that Carlo Martini was in line to be a pope, and he's one of the main architects, along with Bruce Metzger, who denied inspiration? Carlo Martini was in line to be a pope. He was Roman Catholic. What about George Van Smith? Will James, will any of his fanboys even deal with this material? No, because they are wrong, and they simply just don't want to admit it. And they don't want to look at any evidence against their position. And I'm sure some of them, they'll watch this and go, oh, he's challenged a few people, and that they'll go around and say, will you debate this guy? And they'll just come up with, oh, he's a nobody who said, well, how come Stephen Boyce debated me? Stephen Boyce can debate me. Surely you can. You think you're better than Stephen Boyce? You think you're, Stephen Boyce is up there with, go-to apologist about the Bible. He debated me. I'll debate anyone on this. And so I challenge you. I challenge you to send this challenge to James White, to send it to Stephen Boyce, to send it to even Mike Winger. I'll debate him on the last 12 verses of Mark, or the Pericope Adulterae. I'll debate any of these guys. They are wrong. They're easily proven wrong. They use just charismatic debate tactics to win debate points, but you can see through it. I will debate anyone. I will debate Nate. I challenge him, officially challenge him to a debate. We can go over the same material he's just been through, so he doesn't have to rehash it. I can go through whatever topic he's an expert on. I can debate him on, so that he doesn't have to do all the homework and everything. I'll debate him on anything to do with the King James Version. Psalm chapter 12. Anyway, God bless you guys. thanks for listening. Hopefully you got something out of this, and I'm glad I did this all in one go. And probably I started, for those who watch regularly, I've started to go through Mark chapter 1, verse 2 and 3, and create my own page on that. So I'm going to be constantly just adding information and putting things there. And so if you want to know what I'm doing there, you can just go to tr.org.au. Well, actually, I have the pages right here. So, yeah, obviously going through the Greek there and the English. And then, yeah, I've got some nice, pretty pictures. Mark chapter 1, verse 1 to 5 in the Latin and Codex Gigas. It's a really huge manuscript there. In Codex Borrellianus. There we go. And also going through what it says in Stephanus, and so eventually I'll just put a whole heap of information there. I've got the English ones, but I also have a link to Mark 1, 2 to 3. So that's the issue that we're dealing with there. And so I've got, obviously verse 2 and verse 3 there. Oh, I think my head is at the top of the page here now. Sorry about that if I'm reading it over myself. So at the moment, I've just got what the textual variants are. And so we're going to look at all these and put pictures of them, pretty little pictures of, Aleph and Vaticanus and Codex Bezer and things like that, and Byzantine. It's interesting. BYZ is just regulated to that, where that could be like 1,000 manuscripts. You know what I mean? As if, you go, oh yeah, there's 4 of them, but there's 4 of them, and so obviously we're going with the prophetess reading there. So anyway, bless you guys. And so I'm going to be doing this one, and yeah, the final thing is I'm going to be looking at the Septuagint in Luke chapter 4, where it says the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to be going through that as well. So that might take a while, because I don't want to just fudge my way through something. I want to make sure I've got something to say. So I'm going to do that with Mark chapter 1, verse 2 and 3. We're going to tidy this thing up, and then I'll read through it, and I'll do the same with that. So it might be a month, So if you got any info on those things that you want to send me, that'd be great. All right, so I'm going to finish it right there. God bless you guys. Have a great day. From Australia.